I'll call this meeting to order and ask everyone to stand for a moment of silence. Thank you. Please be seated.
I didn't print off this version, the corrected version.
Okay, what's that?
I didn't print it off the corrected version.
Oh. Before this meeting this afternoon, there was a meeting in closed session, and we discussed labor relations and gave the staff permission to start negotiations with our QP employees. And we discussed advisory committee appointments, and I'll call on Councillor Kiesebrink. Beg your pardon? Yes, maybe our clerk can read the motion. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. That Susan Redford and Eric Sobel be appointed to the Community Grants Advisory Committee, that the residency requirement be exempted for Bill Buchanan, and that Mr. Buchanan be appointed to the Blackstock Recreation Complex Advisory Committee, that Tony Jansen be appointed to the Economic Development Advisory Committee to represent the Scugog Chamber of Commerce, that Kenna Kozak be appointed to the Tourism Advisory Committee to represent the Scugog Chamber of Commerce, that Judy Freeman be appointed to the Healthy Lake Scugog Steering Committee to represent the Scugog Chamber of Commerce, that as requested by the Region of Durham, Kevin Kemp be endorsed for the that as requested by the Region of Durham, Kevin Kemp, as the Region of Durham's choice, be appointed to the Durham Agricultural Advisory Committee, that as requested by the Region of Durham, the Township of Scugog endorse the Region of Durham's choice of Jeff Carpenter for the Durham Environmental Advisory Committee, and that any remaining vacancies continue to be advertised for recruitment.
That motion is made by Councillor Kiesebrink. Do I have a seconder, please? Councillor Guido. Questions or comments? All those in favour? And that is carried. Thank you. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest in the nature thereof? Councillor McDougall?
In 9.1.
Thank you.
In 9.1, I had declared a pecuniary interest in that meeting, so I will not be voting on that. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay. That is the minutes of the General Purpose and Administration Committee of February the 4th. Anything else? Seeing none, we'll move on to announcements from council and staff. Councillor Brown.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I just want to congratulate Big Brothers and Big Sisters of North Durham for their 25th year of a wing and pizza night. They earned close to, through your generosity also, $25,000, and that will go towards their newest program, Think, Feel, Act, for kids struggling with stress and anxiety. It helps them manage stress, so congratulations to Margie and her wonderful staff over at the Scout Hall for another great performance, and we look forward to year 26.
It was a great night. Any other announcements? Councillor McDougall?
I wanted to make an announcement with regards to the Greenbank Hall has a folk music night on March 23rd. It's Steve Faring, and it's 7:30 p.m. And as well, I'd like to make an announcement that Cloca has the Purple Woods Maple Syrup Festival ongoing starting, I believe, this weekend, as does Willow Tree Farms and Dogwood Acres. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McDougall. Any others? Councillor Guido?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It is with a heavy heart that we announce the passing of Bill or William Brock. For those of you who are not aware, he is one of the founders of the son of the founder of Brock Department Store downtown, but he has done so much more for our community, including Canoe the Nonquan, which it was such a blessing that he was able to attend the 25th anniversary of Canoe the Nonquan this past summer with his entire Brock family. There is the service, visitation will be tomorrow from 2 to 4 and 7 to 9 at WAG Funeral Home. And Madam Mayor, I'm sure on behalf of Council we can extend our sympathies to the Brock family.
we will certainly do that. And in addition, Mr. Brock was one of the people that helped to save Town Hall 1873. So certainly it's a great loss to this community. Are there any other announcements? Seeing none, then we'll move on to delegations and presentations, and I'll call on Ms. Marion Myers forward to present on behalf of the Scugog Council for the Arts. Welcome, Marion. And Carrie Nicholson. You just press the red button, and the light goes on. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. We have 3 items that we'd like to bring forward to council. The number 1 item is renewing our space agreement for 181 Perry Street, Unit G1, with expansion back to 100% of the space at our current rental rate. A separate item, number 2, would be to be able to work with the township staff on a service level agreement between the township and Scugog Council for the Arts. And thirdly, the potential of funding a Scugog Poet Laureate program for 2019-2020. Scugog Council for the Arts, we've provided you advance reading of our strategic plan, or the highlights of the strategic plan for 2018 through 2020, including details as to the activities for 2019 and an overview of our P&L. So you've got that had that for advance reading. And so then on to our presentation. So the Scugog Council for the Arts is our community's creative hub, awakening, inspiring, connecting. Our purpose is to the artists, residents of, and visitors to our township. The Scugog Council for the Arts is the integral leadership organization engaging people, organizations, and government with resources and opportunities, serving to enrich our lives through the arts, fulfill our artistic and creative potential, and contribute to economic development and cultural tourism. We will strive to maximize our contributions to the vibrancy and quality of life in our community as we support art for art's sake. We build our programs on a strong and creative foundation. We have 4 pillars to everything we do: a thriving arts community, strong partnerships, arts and culture valued, and organizational effectiveness. So how do we create our hub in 2019 in the gallery? There are a number of ways. We curate and market 12 gallery exhibitions. We do that for member groups such as Port Perry Artists Association, Lake Scugog Studio Tour. We have an annual juried show, member group shows, and solo artist shows. In February, we had a fabulous show, attracted 60 people to the opening, and that artist did over $4,000 in sales. We host member meetings, talks, and seminars for at least 3 groups that use our space monthly or more often. With added space, taking back a 10 by 10 foot area in that G1, we could use probably 8 or 10 more uses in that space monthly. Teaching and sharing amongst artists with monthly socials, art business development discussion groups, and seminars. We've really built up quite a number in 2018 and have new people volunteering even very recently to help keep those things going in 2019 and beyond. We'd love to start doing Saturday art classes for children through the school year. That's been identified by the group at Metaphor that's a gap that they can't fill. We'd like to do weekly art experience drop-ins for teens and adults in the space, and we need a little bit more open space to do that. We'd like to update the interior appearance just a bit. It just needs a little bit more better use of space to make it more effective. And we're also using the gallery to attract more locals and visitors therefore sales to the artists as well, with some outdoor signing. So that's something we've been talking about that was never really done in that area. There's no sign above the door, there's nothing out at the curb that gives us anybody up the street an indication that there's another public art gallery in Scugog. 2 fabulous galleries. Not many communities can boast that. How do we create our hub for 2019 out in our community? Well, professional artists engaging kids in art activities on Canada Day along with the township down at Palmer Park. A huge one is Culture Days. We had over 40 free activities for people visiting Scugog, but mostly for residents of Scugog to come out. And on the last weekend of September, it's a national event. We placed in the top 10 communities in Canada in populations under 50,000. Right in there was Stratford. There was Scugog.
Can I ask you either to wrap up or if there's a motion to extend the time limit another 2 minutes? Councillor Watton?
Thank you.
Councillor Ross, all those in favor? Thanks, you have another couple of minutes.
Thank you. We are working on supporting people like the Port Perry Hospital Foundation with projects such as a ceiling tile project, the potential mural project, supporting the Bill Lishman Memorial Sculpture Program group, advice, bookkeeping, banking, charitable receipting, Awakening Voices with a literary contest. That's where the concept of a poet laureate comes in. Inviting everyone to our Sketchy Arts Party. We had it Friday night. It was fabulous. We also hope to be training 3 local youth with the Canada Summer Jobs Program in Arts and Culture Management this summer. We are doing our Scugog Cultural Connections, a multi-art symposium in conjunction with the Mississaugas of Scugog Island First Nation and Spark. We're working with the Tourism Committee on representing arts and culture. We've also been sharing our brand development skills and strategic planning skills in facilitation with both for Scugog Tourism, Town Hall Theatre, and Theatre on the Ridge. So other groups we're helping a lot of other people with our services and promoting a lot of, through our social media websites and so on.
I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up.
Okay, so our last thing is we would like you to support our hub, and those are the 3 ways we think that you could do that.
Thank you very much. I know that the township has supported you now for, what, 13 years?
It's been a long time. It started back with, we were incorporated in 2006, and we moved into that space in February of 2010, and that was part of the Trillium grant jointly.
Yes, our support was desk space, I believe, at the time.
Cleaning, internet, phone.
Yeah.
There was a lot of stuff. Yes, it was a lot.
And we have continued, as you have expanded within that space, done a wonderful job of making it an art gallery, and the township has subsidized that rent for this length of time. So,
yes.
Yes, you do perform a great service to our community.
Thank you.
Questions or comments?
Yes, I did.
To the delegation. You have a question?
No, I had a response, if I may.
Okay.
The original response to the Arts Council moving into the space and receiving the township's support directly through the Ontario Trillium Foundation was also in direct response to the previous master plan for culture and recreation in 2007, where it was identified that it was in the township's best interest to take their cultural support and activities to an existing organization instead of creating a department of their own. And that was one of the prime reasons why we were set up and supported, so that we could help this township itself provide the cultural services to the community.
Thank you, Carrie. Questions or comments? Councillor Guido.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Is now an appropriate time to ask questions of staff, not just of the delegates, or?
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
there's no report, so yes. you can.
Wonderful, and I apologize because I don't have the background from 2010 when the Trillium Grant was approved, but can I have some historical background? When the grant was received and the agreement was entered, was the agreement indefinite that the township would be offering this support to the SCA, or was there an end date where it would need to be reviewed, revised, and redetermined if this was still the best use of the space and the best interest of the township and the SCA?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Carrie, I believe you were one of the people that was there at the very beginning.
Yeah, I was the original managing officer and executive director. So the Trillium grant was, the township's contribution to that grant was rent-free for the 3 years of the grant, after which point it was determined that there would be I believe it's 5,000. I'm not up on my numbers, it's been a bit of time, but 5,000, okay. And then at that point, that was the arrangement that there would be a subsidy that came down from 18.5 to 13.5. The request for a service level agreement is coming from that there was very little formal documentation. We have a lot of interactions and agreements in paper writing of what was being provided, which the original agreement was that the space was being made available to us with township having access to a desk in that space at any time for their use, which has been used for summer employment, events planners, or has also been used for during economic development personnel. So that was the original set, and that was looked at unfortunately, the Trillium grant came in staggered over the township's actual lease with the building owner. So the lease was never in sync with their plans, so it just sort of staggered its way through. So I don't know what happened after I left the Arts Council. I know there was a couple of rental changes there, but it was something we looked at. We reported annually, quarterly on our activities, and it was renewed on going on basis.
And then as the council became more viable, and had more income, the rent went up to $7,000 in 2014.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If I may continue, in the presentation package that you provided is your profit and loss budget overview, and on the second line item is Township of Scugog, $10,500. Is my assumption correct then that is the subsidy that the township is providing for the rent? Is that what that line item is?
Yes, and so that is how our treasurer reports it for CRA filing.
Okay, so in addition to the $10,500, which we're subsidizing for rent, other things are also included in this agreement, or the lack of agreement, but the understanding, including cleaning of the office and all those. Okay. And prior to the slide saying the request for a service level agreement, I had a motion which I will make after questions, but I really do feel that it's very important from a township perspective that we have some kind of memorandum of understanding, because it is very difficult to understand what we've agreed to and what is in the best interest of the entire municipality, not just one group, but the entire municipality. And once council is done asking their questions, then I will be making that motion. Your third request is the funding for a Scugog Poet Laureate. I would like to suggest at some point also that this would go to the Grants Committee. We are, as a township, in our budget process right now, hopefully after this approving the budget, and with a subsidy of $10,500, an additional $2,000, it may be more appropriate for that request to go to the Grants Committee, where everyone else from the community's requests gets reviewed as well, so that it's done on a fair and equal basis. But again, I will do that after council is done asking.
And may I make just a comment to that? I think that's great that there's a Grants Committee, and that's a very good way to do it. But a poet laureate from a township or municipality should be presented as it's the township's poet laureate. So it's a great way to, so it's a great way to do it through the Grants Committee. But rather than us doing it, like we would administer, we see it though as being a township thing, right? It's yours.
Like your
So
town
we would be
crier.
running it? No, we would run it. We would run it. But it's yours. There's a Toronto Poet Laureate, there's a Hamilton Poet Laureate, there'd be a Scugog Poet Laureate. You would own it. It wouldn't be the Scugog Council for the Arts Poet Laureate.
Okay, and you'll have to
But we would
forgive
run.
my ignorance on this then. Explain to me then what a poet laureate would look like for the township and what that $2,000 would provide.
That is so that you actually pay the artist, the poet laureate themselves, to write specific poems about Scugog. So imagine your town crier who writes special, what did they call them? Shout-outs, that he does. Only these would be poems, and we can publish them. You can have them at whatever event you want, be it Remembrance Day services, signing in ceremonies, Canada Day, but in a 2019 kind of a feel and format.
Okay, thank you. I'm not sure if we direct this to budget talks when we're already in budget talks or how that works, but I will leave that with someone else to decide.
Counselor Brown?
Through you, Madam Mayor. So, first of all, congratulations on your work. I think all of us here think that you do great work. I just want to put a fine point on some of the numbers. So we lease that space at $17,500 a year.
Mm-hmm.
You're asking to keep the rate that you're paying now, which is $7,000 a year, plus you're going to get extra space for that.
Would go back to the space we had, yeah.
Right. Well, but that's more than you have now, right?
Yes, there's 100 square feet
Okay.
in question.
So, and you're asking us, one way or the other, you're asking us to contribute $2,000 towards the Poet Laureate. So,
Yes,
so
separate.
in essence, what the township is going to be subsidizing is $12,500.
And you have cleaning fees that you've
Right.
done in the past.
Yeah,
We
so
no longer have the telephone and internet subsidy that had been done originally. We pay for that now, but the cleaning, yes.
So it will be more than that.
Mhm.
And utilities, we pay for.
Yes, that's true, yes.
Okay, just wanted to understand that. Thank you.
I think you had a follow-up question, did you? Oh, no? Okay, Counselor Watton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If I might, do we know what the other two units rent for? Like the Stuart Morris or...
Sorry? No idea.
I think they have a little bit more space than this
Yeah,
particular unit.
it is,
Madam Mayor?
it's more square footage,
Oh,
yeah.
Counselor Guido may have an answer.
Yes, Stuart Morris has 1,056 square feet, and they pay $1,600 a month rent, which equates to about just under just below $20,000, about $19,000 a year they pay in rent. I'm not sure what Zapp's makes, but that's what Stuart Morris makes. And just on what Councillor Brown had asked, in the initial agreement, it wasn't the entire space, if I'm correct. We had a desk, did we not?
Oh, no, it was...
Yes, there was a desk available, and that is, if I'm correct, that is fine. We still feel there's room for an additional desk. We'd like to be
We're
considered...
reversing the question. We had the entire space, yes, from the very beginning. The shared part was that the township had a summer events person, and we shared the office area of the whole space, right?
The agreement from March the 9th, 2010, number 1, desk space and access will be provided for township staff in the
Mhm.
office.
Yeah,
Yes.
the township
Okay.
staff, no, yeah,
Yeah, so it was not the entire space.
yeah,
You're right.
yeah.
Any further questions? Counselor Watton.
Thank you. I understand that once we put up we have washroom signs or toilet signs or whatever the debate ended up being, and that some of them are directed to your... So if we increase the space for you and consider this proposal, what hours of operation are you for us for washroom facilities? What are your hours of operation?
It is 11 until 4, Tuesday through Saturday, and we're in the range of, in the winter months, we've been tracking it in detail, so it's 3 people a day are using strictly the public washrooms, coming in because of that signing.
So, is there any concern with all that wonderful art that you have there with the use of the washrooms? Just curious.
No, none.
But you're only open for those hours and you're not open on Sundays, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Not to say we wouldn't be, not to say we haven't been open for, the candlelight ceremony, we open to be available and have the washrooms available for that. Anytime anybody asks, we can usually figure it out.
Okay, and so in one of your activity things, you mentioned about art classes for children and things like that. How do you see that happening if you have art displays?
More open space in the center of the room allows us to have tables set up there.
And if you were, one further question, if I may, Madam Mayor, if you were another organization that did all kinds of things for this community, do you think that we should give them all the same?
I'm not sure I can
Well, subsidize the rent, for example.
Okay, so
if for Town Hall, Latcham Center,
the skating club that uses the arena.
Like, I find this a lot of money and I guess I haven't been paying attention on how much we are subsidizing this space for, and please don't take me wrong, I think you are doing a phenomenal job, and I think it has come a very, very long way, and I would expect it will come a lot further under your guidance, Marian. But I do struggle with the amount of money you're asking for, just so you're aware.
Yeah, it's, I think supporting the arts is challenging for everybody to understand. We all sort of get that a lot of kids play hockey, and so we have hockey arenas. We get that a lot of adults play hockey, and so we have skate things, and we as taxpayers all pay for that, whether we skate or not, or whether our kids skate or not. And it's hard, there are kids out there, there are adults out there that don't participate in those things. We have the vast majority of people in our community use our library spaces. And yes, they run programming, and that comes to us through our tax dollars. And then there are some that would like some other kinds of services. So we're not all alike, and we don't all use things equally. And we don't always, and facilities of different types cost different amounts. So it's very expensive, we know, to run an arena. It's maybe less expensive to pay rent for an art gallery. I don't know. I've not done that kind of financial analysis on what an arena costs the community and how many people use it.
I would venture to say that if this is regarded purely on a cultural, a recreational level, that you're spending considerably more money in other recreational areas. I haven't looked at the budgets in the last 10 years, but $10,000 compared to what the arenas and such must cost when you're still charging additional fees on top to cover those costs, and may put that in a different way. It's a lot of money on one scale, but it's really a drop in the bucket in the greater consideration of recreational activities for everyone in the community.
And I think, too, Councillor Watton and through the mayor, is that there's a lot that those people that are the volunteers there, and there's volunteers in every organization, of course, in our community, bringing value, but we bring some direct value into some of the other organizations that are here, be it the town hall, the Borellians, we have worked at, if you all saw Palmer Park, that was partly through us granting for the playwriting of Palmer Park for the enjoyment of many people and a lot of laughs and the opportunity to see Howard and Drag. But, that's the type of thing that we do, and we add value in things like helping with brand development and tourism for the whole region. So there are a wider variety of things maybe that are maybe not that obvious all the time.
Okay, are there any further questions? Councillor Kiesebrink?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I just have some comments. The Ontario Arts Council did a Nanos research, and they stated that 93% of Ontarians agree that arts activities help enrich the quality of our lives. 91% of Ontarians agree that arts helps us understand our cultures better. And 82% of Ontarians agree that helping make arts available to people in Ontario is an important government investment. Under economics, John Kenneth Galbraith, who's an economist, talks about the Stratford Festival as an example where an annual grant of $756,000 has helped the festival grow. Their core budget of $52 million has had a regional economic impact of $145 million. I get a little bit emotional about arts. I was at the Sketchy Arts Party looking at a food truck coming in from Whitby and featuring wonderful food, looking at probably 120 people there, all of the people painting and people from outside the area. We had guests that were from outside of town. There is an untenable, it's an untouchable value that art brings to our whole community and to the economics of our whole community. We're replacing our spin bikes for $12,000, I believe, in our budget. I think that this $12,000 will give back over and over in much like waves on the beach, in much broader ways maybe than we can think of in dollars and cents. And I would be remiss as a councillor if I didn't speak up and say that. Thank you.
Thank you. There's been a couple of figures put out there, 10,000, 12,000. It's actually 10,500 plus 4,000 because you want additional cleaning, 2,000 for the poet laureate, and then plus utilities. So you're looking more like about $17,000, $18,000 subsidized. So just to make that. Was there any other questions? Because I had a question. Go ahead.
Sorry, through you, Madam Mayor. My understanding was that the utilities was a part of the total payment, or it is separate? It is in addition? Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor McDougall.
Marion, thank you very much, and congratulations on the Sketchy Arts Party. That looked like it was a fabulous event, and I'm sorry I missed it. You mentioned the library, and you mentioned some art space for kids. I know that one of the things we're looking at for not this year, but next year is a maker space at the library. Would that duplicate some of the sort of art stuff that you're looking at as well for the children?
No, I think that'd be a great compliment. I would love to work with, and I'm sure that the board of the Scuba Council for the Arts would love to work at that. You've got a group of people that know who the artists are in the community, who are the people that teach art, how to source them, how to run it. Why not take advantage of that instead of township staff doing the same thing? But absolutely, we could work together.
Thank you. That's good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now I have a couple of questions. You're now using some space in the basement, our basement, for storage. Is it your intention, if you, with your request, that you move that stuff into the space next door, or did you want that extra space in our basement?
No, we would still like that 10 square feet of whatever is, we have a tent
folded up, and...
And a table and some stuff under
Stuff
that.
that's on the table
No,
to...
just a question.
Yeah.
And we talked 5 or 6 weeks ago, Marion, about, you know, the fact that we, as the township, are going to need that space sometime in the future, perhaps within the next year or two. And I had made a suggestion that, that you look at another organization where you could partner. Did you take that opportunity to do that, and what was the reaction?
Well, so there's a couple of parts to that question, I think. So, taking back the space, one of the things that Mr. Allure and Mr. Newman and I and our board had talked about was, in that service level agreement, coming up with something that's written in there so that it's really clear that at the point that the township wishes to take back that space for staff, that, you know, we'd have that written so that we knew how that could work. So that the point at which you do that, it's in that agreement. How much notice and so on we would require, we would like to negotiate and talk through. So that's possible. Well, that means you don't have our $7,000 in rent either, right? So that's when you go to take that back. As for looking at other spaces, we are constantly looking in the township for places where we could create a really vibrant cultural hub. Right now, everything we've seen is either not financially viable or not even use-friendly, physically viable, but we continue to talk with everybody.
And the specific instance that I gave you, did you pursue that one?
We have, and we are going to be helping them with their strategic planning at some point, and that will make it easier for them to be able to make decisions. Right now, they are not set up to make decisions for...
And on physical logistics, the space is very problematic for two organizations to work in that there isn't sufficient functionality for their own organization in terms of office space and storage space and things like that. So it would take everybody, as Mary says, them to be further along in their own clarity on their own strategic work, and then looking at how we could do something together. But I think, quite honestly, the organizations are both at such levels that a certain amount of independent space is required for each for their own office usage alone, and that's rather limited in that space.
Perhaps there can be some problem solving in the next while.
Yeah.
That's great. Councillor Ross?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just so we're all clear, what other organization are we talking about?
I don't want to compromise that. I'll speak to you afterwards.
Okay.
It wouldn't be fair without them knowing that I'm using their name, okay? Okay. Now, Councillor Brown.
Sorry, through you, Madam Mayor, and I'll try to be brief because we're getting on here. Are you closed on Sundays then? Do I understand that correctly?
Yes.
Would there be some consideration there that you might be able to open on Sundays? And, I mean, you're looking at putting signage out and making yourselves more visible. I'm just thinking if we're looking for a bit of a give back. And
I'd love to have, if we had enough volunteers to do that.
Well, it would be something you would consider doing, right? Because, I mean, in this town on the weekends, people are looking to shop. Be great to have it open.
Oh, yeah. So to answer that question a little more thoroughly is that without signing, we don't get walk-in traffic other than the bathrooms. So it's all the traffic that we generate, either through marketing the gallery, and we are open, for instance, on the Sunday of the studio tour. So there are ways in which we will do that, and in fact, if we get our summer grant, I think it would be perfect that we have one of our summer grant people in there on the Sundays throughout the summer.
Yeah.
So we'll really be playing with that, yeah.
Okay, no further questions. Councillor Guido, you had a motion?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. And before I get to that motion, the signage, that would be at your cost, not the township's cost.
We actually have somebody who's sponsoring that.
Lucky you. That's good. Thank you. So my motion would be that staff develop an MOU or Memorandum of Understanding with the SCA for 1 year to be brought back to council for approval. And within that MOU, we could have the dialogue between SCA and the township, so everyone's aware, because it was difficult for us to get background information on this when there is no real agreement for members of council to review to understand what the back history was on that. And thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. If there are questions or comments on the motion, and do I have a seconder, first of all? Councillor McDougall. Questions or comments on the motion? Councillor Watton?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would just like to ensure that if the memorandum of understanding is developed, that there is dialogue between both organizations for that before it is perhaps crafted, because
Between
for
what? Both
you guys and
organizations?
us.
Oh, yes.
You guys and
absolutely.
us. More with respect to, like, if we were to want to use the space, how much time you would need, and so on, because I've heard more than once that we are outgrowing our space here. So if you needed 2 years to move, what would we do in the interim? So those are considerations. I just want to ensure that that would be part of the dialogue if and when this gets crafted.
Okay. Your motion also said to receive the delegation, did you not?
It absolutely did say that.
Any other questions or comments on the motion? All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Thank you for your delegation, and wish you well. I'd now like to call on Ms. Elizabeth Warner and Mr. Jack Doak, please, to come forward, and you have a delegation about the farmers market. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Take 3.
You're a man of few words, sometimes.
Sometimes.
Okay, make sure the red button is pushed. And you're on.
Am I on?
You are.
Madam Mayor and Council, thanks for taking the time to see Elizabeth and I today. I am not here to ask for a second story on a brewery and a bunch of parking spots, so we'll move on. The Farmers Market is celebrating its 10th year anniversary, for those who didn't know. And the Farmers Market is ready to raise the game, raise the bar. If you notice the new logo that's been created, you can kind of see a portion of it on the screen. We are looking to promote this Farmers Market as the most dynamic lakefront farmers market in Ontario. Really putting an emphasis on the lakefront and appealing to people across Ontario to come to Port Perry and come down to our lakefront and see what we have to offer, and a very dynamic farmers market. As you know, agritourism is a hot trend right now. We pride ourselves in this township to being all about agriculture and tourism. So it's a nice combination to put the two together. The current farmers market houses approximately 16 to 18 vendors. We're looking to grow the farmers market upwards to 24 vendors. So the current location, which just happens to be on a popular parking lot that happens to have 33 parking spots, we're proposing to give those parking spots back to the people who are coming in on Saturday mornings to shop and to maybe participate in a baseball tournament and or go to the water park with the kids. So we'd like to move the farmers market, and we've proposed a new site location. Elizabeth and I would like to thank the 5 staff members that took the time to meet with us and discuss the move and go through various aspects or challenges. We do have a drawing that is part of your package or your report that you got from staff. We thank the staff again for taking the time to meet with us. We're really looking to create a dynamic farmers market, as I spoke of, but more importantly, a better level of communication with the township, support from the township for these 24 hard-working small business owners who are taking 20 weeks, 20 Saturdays to come and promote and sell their goods. But really more importantly, we want to have a level of communication and cooperation with Port Perry's BIA and their Chamber of Commerce. We believe very strongly that the new location will tie in very nicely with both a geographical and a visual connection with the downtown and with the BIA. We're imposing or developing a lot of sponsorship opportunities where a business within the BIA could sponsor a Saturday, i.e. Hank's Bakery could provide coupons for a free cookie and we drive foot traffic up the street, or Harrington's could give a free pepperette, but really creating that level of cooperation between the shop owners and the farmers market. We really want the farmers market to be a connection between the waterfront and the shopping on water in Queen. We do have a drawing somewhere, if we could put the, or it's in the report.
There's one in the report.
In the report?
There's
Okay.
it's like a, camera.
Page 55.
Yeah, page 55.
And it has been proposed that this be a one-year land use agreement that is a pilot to see that there is a good level of functioning of the farmers market in the new location.
Since we don't have anything up on the screen, just for everybody's knowledge that's sitting out there and those that are listening on YouTube, can you just describe briefly where it is?
Yeah, so if you were driving down Queen Street heading towards the water, you know there's a one-way drive that starts at the mill at the base of Water Street and heads towards the waterfront. There's a little bit of a slope there, and then very early on the slope levels off. So it was between the Latcham Center, between Palmer Park and the Latcham Center and the mill and the waterfront. So people would enter into the new location by coming through the archway of Palmer Park, or they would park their cars on the parking lot that we're vacating and walk along Water Street, or better yet, walk along the waterfront and then come upon the new location. There would be room there now to start with 24 new vendors, and if it goes well, we would continue sort of around the corner along the boardwalk towards the marina, if it grew that way.
Okay. Done?
Done.
Bang on time, too. Good for you. I have just one quick question. Have you taken this to the farmers market membership, or?
So the farmers market has never had a board of directors before, so we put together a very creative board of directors, a team. They have done a walkthrough with majority of the vendors, and it has been presented to the vendors, and there's, I would say, 100% support from the vendors in making the move.
Okay, that's good to know. Goes Councillor Guido first, then Councillor Watton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I would like to say thank you, because this is something that myself and some fellow councillors for the past several years have been asking, that the location move from the parking lot to this exact location, so that is a blessing to have that. It's cut off on the screen. What does it say at the bottom? Is it each shop
No,
local?
it says eat local, do local.
Eat local, do local. Okay, very nice. So I just have a few questions on this. Has the marina been consulted in your group of, you had 5 staff members, but has John from the marina been consulted about parking lot?
John was not consulted in that meeting.
Okay, the only reason I ask or highlight this as his parking lot is rather small there, and I know a lot of overflow parking happened at the Latcham Center, rightly or wrongly. When we used to keep our boat there, it was just that the traffic would naturally flow out there for parking, and Saturday is a busy day for boaters. Perhaps that would be a conversation.
So the discussion with the town staff that was present at that meeting, we spoke at length about different challenges with the parking. First of all, we're asking that all of our vendors, there will only be 3 vendors that will be allowed to have their trucks with their booth. All the other vendors will have a drop-off area, and then will be asked to park over near the boat launch, LRIB from CIBC. We've also had discussions with Craig Belfry about putting barricades up to make sure that whenever there's a renter at the Latcham Center, that we would manage some gates to make sure that people coming to the farmers market would not park where people are renting the Latcham Center, getting ready for an event. We'd make sure that they don't park there.
Okay, and will there, through you, Madam Mayor, is there any restrictions as to what can be sold in the farmers market? Will it be a true farmers market, or will there be other things for sale that may not be found at other farmers market?
There won't be beer there.
No, it wasn't a beer question.
No, it'll be a true farmers market, and that's part of the reason for the relocation, is to try to make it a true farmers market.
Right, so it wouldn't necessarily include, maybe if I had a whole bunch of antiques and I wanted to sell it there, or would that be included in a farmers market?
For a farmer's market, you need to make 70% of the product that you're selling.
Okay, all right, perfect. So this may have changed then from what we used to allow in the farmer's market, or?
A lot of the items that you're thinking of are actually things that the vendors actually produce themselves or make themselves.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I remember walking
market.
through,
Yeah.
and it doesn't matter. There was a lot of antiques out there.
But because of the change, one day somebody might get the great idea to actually have an antique market in the Latcham Center every Saturday morning in cooperation with the farmers market.
Thank you. And, Madam Mayor, if I may, one more question. I looked at your vendor application, and on there it has a hydro required option, but there's no charge for hydro. And if we're being fair, we're talking about cost for one organization. We have to talk about cost for all organizations. First of all, there has always been a question about hydro and availability in the park. So what is your plan if the vendors need hydro? What is your plan to accommodate that?
As far as I know, there's 3 vendors that require hydro, and I've been working with town staff to make sure that they can get their hydro.
And will there be a charge for the hydro use?
Not that I am aware of.
Is this something perhaps we should consider? Because if I wanted to rent the gazebo and sing a song, I would be charged
Please
hydro. There is a hydro charge, I believe, if I needed power at the gazebo or anywhere else in the park. So I just would like to be consistent with our charges.
We would be prepared
with you?
to pay a small fee for hydro if that was required.
Whatever we normally charge, that can be discussed. Perfect. Thank you, and I really, really look forward to the new location.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Watton?
Councilor Guido asked most of my questions. However, I just have, you said only 3 would require their vehicles there. So will they just use the parking lot that is there and unload and carry it to their vendor stalls, so to speak? Like they won't be having to drive to drop all their stuff off and so, or how will that play out?
The farmers market is going to invest in some fairly large carts that allow vendors to unload their car on a cart and then wheel their cart to their booth. There are, as you come down the driveway, if you can visualize, there are 3 parking spots right where the barrier is.
Yeah.
That's where we would allow 3, like Willow Tree Farms is a fairly big stand. They require their truck to be there. And Lunar Rhythms Farm, which is a wonderful organic farm, they would require their car to be there as well.
So are those the 3 that are showing on the map on the south side from the mill?
Yes,
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, yep.
Right, okay. Okay, I think it's a great location, and I think it will be an addition to our downtown, so I wish you success.
Okay.
Just so you know, a year or 2 ago, Oxbridge moved their farmers market from the parking lot at the arena and they moved it downtown, and it's been a huge success. And true to my word, we will never let Oxbridge beat us at anything, so we will have the most dynamic farmers market in this part of Scugog. Secretively.
You must have played hockey years ago. Councillor Ross?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you. Just a couple questions. Looking at the plan, as we expand, and hopefully it does, success of it, Is this, I guess my question is this enough? Are we setting the benchmark high enough as far as, I'd love to see this, you know, go through the roof as far as how successful it is, looking at some of the benchmarks like the Peterborough Market, which is now big enough that they can have tumultuous times and split into two very large farmers markets still. As far as expansion is concerned, you mentioned along the dock, but is there room even further at that point?
Well, I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves and complicate things. We'll get this 1 year under our belt. But ideally, what I see is that you come down to the farmer's market and it will slowly turn left towards the marina, and there's a beautiful boardwalk with some covered areas there too. So between the Latcham Center, the east side of the Latcham Center, the water side of the Latcham Center towards the dock, it would be a natural progression to see the farmer's market head right over to the marina and actually tie in the restaurant at the marina into the farmer's market.
Okay, good. And then secondly, I know there's two festivals in the park, Ribfest and the other one, and mentioned that you'll be relocating for those. Is it a full relocation? Are you skipping that date? And if you're relocating, where would it be?
We get relocated up to Water Street between Mary and Casimir. That's been on the lot forever, kind of, during those events.
Okay. Is it worth, because again, that kind of goes back a step, is there another identifiable area that gets you, still, we're not losing this same area as far as advertising and going forth? Has that been talked about with the staff members so that we're not going back to where we were, which was not ideal in many respects?
It was discussed in that meeting about relocating during those two events, and as Elizabeth said, they just moved up onto Water Street during that time. I mean, if there was an ideal way to sort of work the two together, we'd be open to that. Nobody wants to move the farmer's market for one day or another day, but you know, again, if this is a pilot and we work through those challenges, the town staff has been very cooperative in discussing these points.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Brown?
Yeah, I had a raft of questions through you, Madam Mayor. I guess in Jack's case, it'd be a draft of questions, but I have a series of questions. The first one is, as regards the hours, are you going to move the hours, change them? You're 8 to 1? Is that correct? 8 to 2. Are you going to go 6 to 2? Have you considered that?
The vendors start arriving at around 6 o'clock to set up, but the market doesn't actually open till 8.
Okay, so there's no change in the times of this, if I understand you correctly. Okay, this is a pilot program?
I think that'd be the best way to describe it.
Okay. Understand that the farmer's market has agreed to put up signs, parking for Latcham renters only. Is that right?
Yes, we're going to work with, I believe, Shauna and Megan to make sure we're aware whenever the Latcham Center does have a renter. And I understand that when someone is renting the Latcham Center, let's say for a Jack and Jill, even though that Jack and Jill may not start until the evening, they have the whole day to unload or set up. So we said that we would provide, if necessary, even security to make sure that people people coming to the farmer's market as a customer wouldn't take up the parking between the Latcham Center and the mill. Right. So we put barricades up that would say for renters of the Latcham Center only.
Right. My suggestion would be that you do that in May, or do that early enough that people get wise to it before they actually have to move somewhere they don't want to drive, if you know what I mean. Right. Can we get have you talked to anybody about it? Do you mind, Madam Mayor, if I continue here?
You go right ahead.
Thank you very much. Have you put up, are you going to put up a sign at the end of Queen Street? I've got two questions regarding that, but first, it would be great if you could have a large banner at the end of Queen Street as you walk down and you're doing your shopping. There's this huge banner that says Port Perry Farmers Market, May to Thanksgiving, or October, right?
Yes, that's in our plans. We also want to make sure we get through this step first, because the next thing is to look to solicit sponsorship for the farmers market, and maybe have some of those costs to build a banner or make a sign that could be offset by a service group. The one thing I will point out is there's been lots of interest in sponsorship each Saturday. We're going to charge a nominal fee of $200 every Saturday for a business to sponsor that Saturday. There's also a disconnect between members of the BIA that are service groups, like lawyers and dentists and accounting firms and such, and insurance firms. They're always looking for creative ways to attach their name to something, so we're hoping to approach a few of them to maybe have like Morris Insurance sponsor the farmers market. We'll also be like, we'll also go, when the new board, the BIA, is put together, we will be approaching the BIA for a little bit of sponsorship from them as well, so that the farmers market could be brought to you in part by the BIA of Port Perry.
And then the closure that's going to take place at the end of Queen Street, where the parking lot will begin by the mill there, that's a temporary closure at this point, right? That will be just temporary?
Yeah, it would just be temporary when we're the hours of the farmers market.
Okay.
Further?
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor McDougall?
Hi, thank you for your presentation. I think that would be a great location. Just one quick question is, or a couple quick questions. Have you walked the site with Willow Tree Farms to see how they'll get their trailer and stuff down, and what will we do for keys to the gates? It's locked.
Oh, the Bullard thing?
I have actually proposed that they get a parking spot and they can just back their truck right there, and then their booth would be right adjacent to their truck.
So is their booth not in these 29 that we see here?
Yeah, their spot would be one of the 1, 2, 3 that you see
I
coming.
think there would be spots 17, 18, and 19 on your map, and then they would have a parking spot adjacent to that.
Okay. Another question is through you, Madam Mayor, is some of the spots are on a permeable paving. My daughter and I ride over it, cycle it regularly. It's quite rough and hard to walk on. Will something need to be done with that in order to have the farmer's market on this?
What was the term you used, Dean?
Permeable paving. It's an interlocking brick with grass growing
Are those
through
the
it.
ones with the grass coming up from them?
Yes.
Actually, that's where the vendors would actually have, we did our walkthrough. Most of that is covered by the vendors' booths. There's a natural stone path that comes and wraps around the vendors, but where those
Pavers are.
they're actually, that's where the vendors would be located.
Okay.
So minimal damage to the grass is what we're proposing.
And sites 1, 2, and 3, they're not on too much of a hill to have booths?
No, they're fine, yeah. If you went any sooner than that, then the grade's too much.
Okay. And in terms of Uxbridge, they actually moved it to the brewery.
I didn't bring that up.
Thank you.
Anything further? Councillor Keisebring?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's just a comment. I think this is really exciting because what we're doing is we're tying in our sidewalk patios. We're bringing all the walking spaces together. We've got our new gelato shop. So it's going to be very, very cohesive for our whole downtown. I think it's a wonderful opportunity for all of us, and thank you for a great presentation.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation. Could I have a motion to receive the presentation? Councillor Watton, Councillor Brown, all those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we're going to, with council's agreement, we will bring forward the report now on page 50, report on the farmer's market, page 50 of your agenda. Are there any questions of staff? But first of all, can we have a motion on the recommendation? Councillor Guido, seconder. Councillor Ross. Questions or comments for staff on this report? All your questions were answered. All those in, Councillor McDougall.
Sorry, through to staff, I'm not sure, the site diagram that's here, is the area that's here, is it the same or greater or as the existing area?
As is the existing farmer's market?
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's greater, but who do I ask? Well, maybe if, suspend the rules for just a moment, is the, Jack, is the area greater than the existing farmer's market area?
more efficient for how we space out the vendors?
You better come to the mic, sorry, Jack, come to the mic so that the listeners can hear you.
2 minutes. The other location, or the current location, is 33 parking spots. The actual square footage is very similar to the new spot. But the new spot allows for more efficient putting together of the vendors' booths beside each other. So it's more efficient use of the same amount of space.
Okay, all right. Does that answer your question, Councillor McDougall?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam
Okay,
Mayor.
are there any other questions for staff? Okay, are we ready to all those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. And we have, bring forward now Andrew Mirabella, and it's page 10 in your agenda package. And it's about the development charge. Welcome.
Thank you.
Make sure the microphone is on, please. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
You have 10 minutes.
Okay, I will try my best to get through this in 10 minutes. It is a bit of a lengthy package, but...
That's okay, we'll extend it.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you having me back here today to talk about development charges. My name is Andrew Mirabella. I'm a senior consultant at Hemson Consulting Limited. We were retained by the township to do this background study in conjunction as part of the Development Charges Act and required to update the bylaw that's currently in place. The purpose of today's meeting is simply a council information session. The bylaw itself with the rates is not being brought forward for passage at this evening. It will be a public meeting subsequent to this and then a follow meeting for that for passage of the bylaw. So just to go over a bit of what we're going to be talking about today, I do see some familiar faces around the table, but also quite a few new ones. So I did put in a few background information in terms of what are development charges, so we all know what exactly we are speaking about today. We will get into the draft development forecast in terms of the forecast that we're using for the purposes of this DC study. In terms of the actual process itself, we have to do a service level analysis, which is being used, and how that fits into the entire program and the rates we will talk about. We'll go through at a high level the overview of the capital programs and what specific projects are being put into the capital program, which are driving the development charge rates that we calculated under this study, what those rates are and how they compare to your similar and surrounding jurisdictions in Durham region as well as some other communities in the GTA. And then there's just following up with some issues to consider and some next steps in terms of where we go from here. So just in terms of what are development charges, they're effectively fees imposed on new development to finance development-related capital costs. So it only pays for the new infrastructure and facilities to maintain services. And the notion behind development charges is growth pays for growth, so that financial burden is not borne by your existing tax or rate payers. When we talk about development charges, they're only, again, it's explicitly related to growth-related infrastructure triggered by new development. So similar like-for-like type replacement or, for example, fleet vehicles that are replacing your existing fleet vehicles are not eligible for development charge. We'll get into the specifics of that in a bit. Through the Development Charges Act and its legislation, the reality of it is development charges can't really fund the full growth-related costs due to the statutory limitations that are built into the regulations. But through the purpose of the DCs, we do try and collect as much as we can from those charges itself. So as an overview of the DCA itself, the requirements of legislation, a background study has to be done and public process is required. A bylaw must be enacted and has a maximum life of 5 years, which yours is going to be expiring in the next few months. The restriction of services can be included and the level of growth-related capital costs are recovered. Charges, they can be either on a municipal-wide basis or an area-specific basis. In the township itself, they're all on a municipal-wide basis, equal to everyone. Dedicated reserve funds are required and they have to be held separately for each specific service to which the development charges are collected. And credit and funding agreements are permitted under the legislation and that can be exercised by the township at any specific time. In terms of some of the amendments and the overview, a few important components that I want to bring up. There were some changes to the Development Charges Act effective January 1, 2016, and some of those changes included waste collection and treatment are now eligible services, which were never before. There has to be some consideration for area rating, so through the determination of this study, we are of the belief that the municipal-wide charges will continue to be the primary source for the way development charges will be collected, but we have to at least make recognition of an area-rated consideration. As part of this process, an asset management plan has to be included and has to demonstrate that the assets are financially sustainable over their full life cycle. So all the assets that are included in this DC bylaw, an asset management component has to be included and determining what the tax-supported share of these assets, once they come into service, are over the long term. There's a consultation period associated with this. The development charge background study has to be made public 60 days prior to the passage of a DC bylaw, and there's also the statutory public meeting that's encompassed within that as well. Just so you are aware, some may be, but there is an ongoing provincial review of the Development Charges Act. The consultation period itself ended in February. We are expected or told that there were some potential changes in spring of 2019. Spring is upon us, but nothing yet in terms of what those changes are. But certainly, when they do come, we'll have to be cognizant of them, and if there's any changes that have to be made to the bylaw as we're in the process of it, those will have to be reflected. So just in terms of service categories, development charges are levied on a service-by-service basis, and they are defined by the township. There's generally two types of services under the DCA. What we like to call is your general services and engineered and protection services. There's two distinctions between them. Your general services are statutorily, they can only be 90% funded from development charges, and they have a maximum period of 10 years. And we talk about general services, things such as your libraries, parks and recreation, those are considered your general services. Engineered services, roads, water, sewer, obviously water and sewer aren't applicable in the township, but that's what's considered under that umbrella, and protection services. And those can be 100% recoverable from DC. There's no statutory 10% deduction. Therefore, the full cost, if it is entirely growth-related, can be passed on through the recovery of development charges. And there's no maximum planning period associated with those recoveries. They are unlimited planning periods, and we've used a longer-term planning horizon for engineered services in this study. So just a bit of an overview of the development charges in terms of, they're pretty explicit in terms of ineligible services, and services are excluded from the recovery. So any cultural and entertainment facilities, including museums, theaters, and art galleries, are all excluded from the purposes of development charges. Tourism facilities, including convention centers. Parkland acquisition is a bit interesting. It's specific to Section 37 of the Planning Act. You can't use DCs to fund the acquisition of parkland, but you can use development charges to fund the development of the parkland. And obviously, there's just a distinction in terms of how it's collected, and that's distinct from DCs. Hospitals, headquarters for general administration, so township buildings such as this, can't be used for development charge purposes, and landfill sites and solid waste incineration are also excluded from DCs. So just to give a bit of an overview of the study process itself, we do a growth forecast, which has to look at the amount, type, and location of development, which effectively then informs our growth-related capital needs. So what services or what capital infrastructure we require to in place over the period to service those developments. There's also a 10-year historic service level analysis, which informs how much can be funded from DCs. We can't use development charges to increase our level of services. We can only use it to maintain your existing levels of services. So what the capital needs eligible to be funded from DCs. So once we actually have our capital program developed, it identifies all the actual growth-related costs. There's a series of deductions that have to be made in accordance with the legislation, and those deductions are made and gives us what actually can be funded from development charges. And those costs that are eligible for DC recovery are then distributed between your residential and your non-residential sector. Residentially, the charges are levied on a per-unit basis. Non-residentially, it's on a GFA basis, so a cost per square meter or per square foot of gross floor area. There is the kind of floating box there on your left in terms of your operating and replacement cost analysis. That includes your asset management plan. So we do, again, have to estimate what the operational expenditures as well as your asset management plan requirements associated with those new assets that are going to be acquired to service new development over the planning period. So just to give a bit of an overview of your existing rate structure and how it's being incorporated into the study, we have service categories for library, fire, parks and recreation, public works, animal control, general government, and we spoke about general government, it's really related to development-related studies, and township engineering. The column beside that is your statutory maximum DC cost recovery. So all services with the exception of fire, public works, and township engineering, those are all 90% services, while those ones I mentioned are 100%, and they can all be funded entirely from development charges if the costs are completely related to growth. The statutory maximum period for all the services with the exception of fire and township engineering are 10 years, and we are using a 10-year planning period for all services with the exception of township engineering, which is going to be to 2031, consistent with just the planning horizon or planning time period that we're using under this study. So just to get, that was a bit of a 101, and I apologize if I went through it pretty quickly. I'm trying to keep to a bit of a schedule here, but we'll go through the development forecast and then we'll get into the subsequent areas here. So again, as I mentioned, we're on a township-wide approach in terms of the forecast that we're doing, and that's the way the rates are going to be calculated. Planning periods, we have 10 years for general services to 2028 and to 2031 for township engineering. Generally speaking, the population's household and employment forecasts reflect kind of recent building permit and employment figures, your census information. We did have obviously the township planning information used to inform our new unit projections, and that identified the timing of each of the applications and when those units are going to be coming online. And those forecasts that we have obviously are kind of working with the Durham region population and employment projections in the official plans. When we talk about non-residential forecasts here, we are looking at the amount of new space to be constructed over the planning period. So employment then gets translated to GFA in terms of how much new space is going to be constructed, as that's the basis for the calculation, as it's on a square meter basis. So we do use a GFA projection on the employment side. What we have here is just a bit of a graph to illustrate what, in terms of where we're projecting the township's forecasts are going to be. Your blue line is looking at your census population, and your orange is occupied households, and your red line is your place of work employment. You do see, obviously, it's been pretty stagnant growth. I think that's the biggest kind of thing I want to illustrate here over the planning period, over up into 2016, 2017, but with all the development that's anticipated to come online as your sewage capacity has now been lifted, we are going to see an increase in terms of the number of new units and increase in incremental population increase over the next 10 to 13 years. And that shows and reflected to kind of moving almost closer to 25,000 people by 2028. Slide, we're really looking at some of the numbers here in terms of the development forecast. A couple items I do want to point or bring to your attention. Residentially, we're looking at over a 10-year period of about close to 1,100 new units anticipated, and that's broken down between singles and semis, rows, and kind of other multiples and apartments. And 710 of those, just over about 1,100 units, is going to be in your single and semi-detached dwelling unit form. So still very much a single and semi-family detached market over here. Although that being said, there is more of a shift towards your medium to high density type units, which is consistent with the applications that we're anticipated to be seen coming in over this planning period. And then over to 2031, about 1,240 new units, bringing your total to about 9,500 by 2031 in terms of occupied dwelling units. The kind of table or the component below that is looking at your census population. So with those new units coming online, your population will grow by about 2,200 people over the 10-year period, and about 2,650 by 2031, moving to about 24,300 at 2031. The last column there is going to be your employment, and that's looking at about 580 new employees over the 10-year period, and 740 employees to 2031. So your total employee count will move to about 8,500 employees in the township at 2031. Just under the actual employment numbers, we have the non-residential building space, and those employees again get translated into new non-residential construction in terms of GFA. So about 40,000 square meters under your 10-year planning horizon, and about 50,000 square meters over the marginally longer time period to 2031. So once we have our development forecast, we do have to do a very specific analysis in terms of quantifying service levels, and those are very specific to determine the maximum allowable charges for services based on the average service level provided in the preceding 10 years. So that preceding 10-year period is from 2009 to 2018. Effectively, we calculate the average service level or funding envelopes by multiplying the 10-year historic service level by the growth forecast in the 10-year planning period. And that establishes that development charges ceiling. And DC rates for services directly limited by that historic service level. We can't fund future capital works to a greater degree than what the average service level was in the preceding 10-year period of the background study. So that is very specifically important for library, parks and recreation, public works, and animal control and such. So we are bound by the limitations of the Act in terms of what we can actually fund, and that's directly limited to the historic service level that you've provided over the previous 10-year period. So that really does help inform in terms of our development-related capital program. And just an overview of it here. The capital programs have been developed in consultation with township staff, and obviously referencing the budget and the forthcoming budget that you will see. Council has to express its intent to undertake the capital works for them to be included in the development charge study, so there has to be a demonstrated commitment that those projects will be undertaken. As I mentioned, there's a series of reductions that have to be made to all the capital projects in the capital programs that we see for the development charges legislation. So any grants, subsidies, and contributions which are anticipated are netted off the cost of the program. Any benefit to existing or replacement shares or shares of projects that are really related to replacing the existing assets are netted off the program itself. Any uncommitted DC reserves, so any shares of the development charges that have already been collected are applied towards the program itself. There's that 10% statutory reduction. As I mentioned, we can't fund that through DCs, and that has to be taken off the cost itself. And any shares of projects which are going to benefit development beyond the planning period that we've identified are considered post-period benefit and not included in the calculation in terms of what we see in the next coming slide. So just bearing in mind some of those series of deductions, this bar graph, really there's quite a few different important components here going on, and I'll explain what they mean. Generally speaking, the total capital program that we're looking at that has a development-related share to it is $109.5 million over the planning period, and that includes all service areas. And of that $109.5 million, and that again spans from different service areas, you see here the Parks and Recreation category is just over $60 million of that $109 million, and Township Engineering Services is about $33 million, again, of that 109. So quite a significant portion of that program is really directly a result of those two specific categories. And then in addition to that, there's also included in there is the projects that you see that are going to benefit development beyond the 10-year planning period, outside this exactly DC recovery period, and that is in those orange boxes, and that's all post-2028 DC collections. We'll get into some of those specific projects that are actually encompassed within that. And then another third important component that I'd like to bring to the attention is the light blue bars at the top of each of them. And that's your actual DC collections over the planning period, and that relates to about $20.3 million. So of that $109.5 million capital program, we're really zeroing in terms of 1/5 or less than 20% of that total program that's actually being funded from development charges. So although we are looking at quite a big number to start with, after we make our deductions and in terms of some of the assumptions that are included or embedded into it, there's only a share of those works that are actually can be recovered from development charges. And I guess I should also note, the grants and subsidies column there is also quite significant. That's your purple bar, and that's also related to a lot of the grants and subsidies anticipated to fund some of those major recreation projects that are anticipated in the township over the next number of years. So just to get into some of the key capital development-related projects that are identified here, and we'll go through them on a service-by-service basis. Generally speaking, for library services, there's additional collection materials that are going to be required over the next 10 years. We have included provision for new library space, and that's again outside of the actual planning period beyond 2028. So it is shown that $109.5 million, but not actually in the recovery period of the DC collection time period. Fire services, there's again the new fire station which will be anticipated, which will consolidate some of your existing services and your existing station, but again, that's shifted outside of the planning period itself. There is new additional vehicles and equipment in terms of a tanker and a 100-foot aerial platform, which is anticipated over the next 10 years. There's the new animal control or animal shelter in 2020, as well as portioning out or buying out the Uxbridge share of the land associated with that in 2020. For Parks and Recreation, again, quite a few different projects here. There's a new complex at Blackstock, the design study in 2019. The actual construction, Phase 1 of the works in 2024. The Phase 2 of the Blackstock complex is included in the capital program, but again, shifted outside of the actual planning period beyond 2028, so not included in the calculations. The indoor pool preliminary design study is anticipated to occur in the next few years, although the actual pool construction is anticipated to be in the capital program, but the recovery and the timing of that will be, again, well outside this 10-year planning period. Then there's various outdoor parks and equipment, which we have included in the capital program for recovery. Public Works, Buildings and Fleet, we do have a recovery of your existing reserve fund, which is currently in a negative position, which we can recover for on a go-forward basis. There's a new salt storage facility and additional equipment and vehicles over the next 4 years, which will be included in the program. In terms of general government, there is the comprehensive waterfront plan in 2019, zoning bylaw and official plan reviews over the next few years throughout the planning period, which will be anticipated. And then we've included other development-related studies, such as the development charge study itself can be recovered for from development charges and included in the program. Township-wide engineering, there's a variety of projects which have been undertaken or identified by Paradigm Consulting. They're the township engineers on this project as well. Identified a variety of road projects, sidewalks, and multi-use trails, stormwater management works, intersection improvements, and other infrastructure and studies which we've incorporated and rolled into the calculations itself where see fit. So just looking at it in terms of the results, I know that's a lot of information to take in, but generally speaking, we're bringing in all those different elements in terms of the forecast and our service level analysis and our capital programs, and obviously those specific development-related projects are driving the program. What we have here is a total residential charges we'll have on that right-hand column there for a single and semi-detached unit to be calculated at $16,944, and the rates themselves are differentiated by unit type relative to the occupancy patterns within those units, ranging from your rows and your multiples to just over $13,000, and your apartments at $9,299. The pie graph itself is illustrated and depicted to obviously represent what the share of each of those charges are, and where of that $16,944, where does that money go? And interesting that, as you see in the other graphs, which are the two elements that are driving the total capital program of township engineering and parks and recreation, those are the biggest components of the actual development charge itself. And about 85% of the total charge that's payable is related to your parks and recreation and your engineering services. Engineering represented about half of that total charge, and your parks and recreation about 35% of that, with the remaining service categories obviously making up the balance of that rate. And this is just on the residential side. On the non-residential side, in terms of the calculated rates that again are applied township-wide, they are differentiated by the type of non-residential development in terms of industrial, commercial, and institutional, and that's consistent with the current practice of your existing bylaw. So your general services are all calculated to be exactly the same at $14.09 per square meter for each of the differentiated non-residential categories. Township engineering services are differentiated by employment types and those generating the most trips. So you see the total rates for each of the different categories are different relative to the engineered services. So your commercial charges are $100.26 per square meter. Industrial is $52.39 per square meter, and your institutional charges are around $67 per square meter. And that's, again, just the township-wide lower tier charge of the non-residential rate. So just to put that into perspective in terms of what the current charge is relative to the calculated rate for a single and semi-detached unit. So it is representing from your current charge, total charge that's for a single-family unit is about $11,000, with the calculated charge being just under $17,000. So it is representing about a $6,000 increase, $5,944, or 54% over the existing rate that's currently in place. And what you see there is again, relative to that pie chart, what's driving that rate increases is really those two specific categories of parks and recreation and your township engineering. Your township engineering going up 55% to $8,400, and that's 50% of that total charge, and your parks and recreation moving to just over $6,000 of that $16,944. And some of the other service categories obviously changing in direction relative to the capital programs and the capital needs required to service development over the next 10 to 13 years. In terms of your non-residential rates, again, we have, just looking at perhaps the bottom three lines there until your total charges for your industrial, commercial, and institutional. Looking at rate increases in and around from 40% to your commercial side, institutional increasing by 65%, and your total charge for industrial increasing by 63% over the existing rates that are currently in place. And I'll get to, in the next coming slides, comparative to what that means with the total Durham region charge relative to also what your neighbors are charging as well. So looking at, on slide 22, the current versus calculated total rate for single and semi-detached unit, and again, bearing in mind, this just includes the region of Durham charges and the township-wide charges, excluding the education development charges that are in place in those communities as well. But generally speaking, the region of Durham charges, I guess the point here is still by wide margin, the largest component of the development charge rate that an applicant would pay for a single and semi-detached unit. And those charges came into place last year, and obviously aren't going to be changing through this particular bylaw review, so there's no difference in the change there. The township-wide charge, again, is what this study is particularly looking at, moving again to $16,944. So, again, 54% on the lower tier charge, but when you put that into context of the total charge, both lower and upper tier, it is a 14% increase in what one would actually pay at that rate, and that total rate that they would pay would be $48,083, an increase again of 14% over that period for single and semi-detached unit. Looking at it in terms of your current and calculated total rate for commercial and industrial, the region of Durham commercial rates are $198.81. The township-wide total charge per square meter would move to $299.07, so about 11% increase in the total rate when you take into consideration both the upper and lower tiers. On your industrial rate, it would be about a total increase or impact of about 15%, moving to $159.60 per square meter, considering again the upper tier region of Durham charge of $107 relative to the township-wide rate that we've calculated at $52.39. So, this slide here is, it's always, it's very important to see from a competitive perspective, but also, we also have to keep in mind that there's vast differences that are in place in each of the communities in terms of the infrastructure that they are required to service development. So it's not obviously a very much an apples-to-apples comparison, but it is important to see at least in terms of what the DVC's rates levied are in each independent municipalities. So what we have, the blue arrow at the bottom is showing Scugog's current rates relative to the upper tier municipality of Durham and the lower tier charges that are currently in place, relative to the Scugog calculated rate, which is the blue outlined arrow there with white inside, relative to the calculated rate that we see. And obviously, currently your rates are on the lower end of the spectrum in terms of the neighboring municipalities, including those in Durham as well as some in York region. The calculated rates residentially, if they were to be put into effect, you would still find yourselves kind of in the low to mid range of municipal comparators of what development charges are levied in those communities. I think from looking at that, obviously from a Durham region perspective, you're still quite competitive. And we have included, although they're not passed by bylaw just yet, but I thought it's important to note, both the Township of Brock and the Township of Uxbridge are both currently going through this similar process, and their calculated rates are identified, and Brock's calculated rates are, at this moment in time, calculated to be higher than the Township of Scugog, and then you're almost very much on par with the Township of Uxbridge calculated rates, which are very much in line with those calculated for Scugog. And then, generally speaking, any region of York municipality is at the top of the spectrum in terms of the calculated rates, and that's just large and partially related to the upper tier York region charge, which is much higher than virtually all the lower and upper tier charges in any Durham region community. Their water and wastewater infrastructure requirements are quite significant, and that's playing into why their rates are so significantly higher. The second slide here is a non-residential rate comparison for industrial development, and again on a per square meter basis. Looking here, again, Scugog's current industrial charges are on the low to medium end of the spectrum. Once the calculated rates, if they were to be implemented, would move you up just higher than Clarington, but again, still very competitive with other Durham region communities and lower than both Brock and Uxbridge in terms of your industrial rates, and very much well lower than those of the likes of in New York region. So you'd be kind of, again, still maintaining your low to medium position in terms of your competitive or comparative municipalities. And the final commercial development comparison here for non-residential rates, your Scugog current rate is kind of right in the middle of the pack in terms of your competing jurisdictions. With those calculated rates, it would definitely push you closer towards the higher end of spectrum in terms of a commercial charge per square meter, but less than perhaps that in Whitby and some in New York region as well. But the magnitude or the differences between each community in all these comparators are quite small and within a few dollars in each direction. So we just wanted to cap off here with, I guess, some dialogue in terms of just refreshing everyone in terms of the current bylaw and some of the exemptions that are currently in place. Statutorily, any township, region, and local board is exempt from the payment of development charges. Any increase in expansion of your existing industrial space by 50% is exempt from the payment of development charges under the legislation. And any enlargement of an existing dwelling unit under the intensification allowance is in a development charges bylaw in accordance with the Act is exempt from the payment of DCs. The township also does have a range of non-statutory exemptions which are above and beyond the legislated requirements in terms of places of worship, agricultural uses, temporary uses, hospitals, colleges, universities, and non-residential enlargements of less than 232 square meters are all exempt from the payment of development charges. And through the actual proposed bylaw, we'll be looking to review those categories and whether any adjustments are required in terms of the list of non-statutory type exemptions. Just in terms of some, I guess, issues to consider, which we have to be cognizant of, the region of Durham, in terms of development charges bylaw. There's a 50% industrial expansion included within their bylaw, but they did adjust their definition modestly to account for the fact that the enlargement does not need to be attached to the existing industrial building anymore. It just has to actually be on the same lot. So that is a very specific bylaw adjustment which the township may want to consider to align with the region of Durham's policies there. Redevelopment credits are under a 10-year basis over there. Affordable housing, they put in there specifically to defer payment up to 18 months for any affordable housing type project. Garden suites are exempt from the payment of development charges under the region's bylaw. I think from Hempson's perspective, we'll be looking at obviously those specific considerations, but making sure that any bylaws, definitions are in line with the region so that it makes it a little easier for township staff to implement the bylaw so that both bylaws are on consistent terminology from an implementation standpoint. And then just on that implementation point, obviously the rates that we've put in here are they calculated the maximum allowable rates that can be put into effect at the time of passage. Certainly there's different ways of implementing that specific rate, and certainly I guess just to go over a few of them, obviously is the implementation or immediate implementation of those calculated rates at the time of bylaw passage. Township staff and council have the opportunity to phase in calculated rates over the life of the bylaw, or any variation of that in terms of lower phasing schedules or higher phasing schedules, or specific to non-residential development only, but certainly there's different ways of accounting for it. Certainly when we actually go forward with that, we're going to need some council direction prior to the bylaw passage in terms of which way the rate should be put into force and put into the bylaw. I guess just one thing that we do need to note, that any reduction to the and it's a very important point, any reduction to the calculated development charge rate would require subsidy from the tax base to fund the revenue shortfall as a result of that reduced rate. So any adjustment to that would result in lost revenue, which has to be made up from non-DC sources, which is your tax base. The converse to that is if we don't do that, then projects would be deferred or not be undertaken. And that's very important from an implementation standpoint from staff and from our perspective, that council is made well aware of the implications of not implementing the fully calculated rates. So I promise this is the last slide. We have our next steps in terms of what we're moving forward here. Obviously, we presented our draft rates here to yourselves. There's a meeting with the industry that we're looking to schedule for March 22nd, 2019, where we will review a very similar type package and provide them with the details in terms of the capital projects. We'll be releasing that background study public that following week in order to meet the 60-day requirement under the Act. We will be holding a statutory public meeting in late April, which will then receive formal feedback from the industry and council in terms of next steps. And we're targeting a bylaw passage to be brought forward on May 27th. The current bylaw expires on June 25th, so there is some time between our target and the expiry date, but certainly we will look to have that bylaw passed in advance of hitting June. That is my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. I think you just went 11 minutes.
Went an hour over.
Thank you very much. An excellent presentation. And although you know, I've been on for a number of years, and Councillor Watton and Councillor Guido, it's still pretty new to us because you know, you only do so many of these.
That's right.
So yeah, we're kind of all on the same page here. So questions for our presenter. Councillor McDougall?
Do we need a motion to receive the presentation first?
Well, we could do that now, sure.
Motion to receive.
Okay, thank you. Now, questions? No questions? Okay, Councillor Watton.
Actually, I just have one. When you referred to a phased-in calculated rates over the life of a bylaw, can you give me an example what you mean by that?
Sure. If the township were to move to the fully calculated rate, they can increase the rates from the current charge of $11,000 by 20% each year, so that by the last year of the life of the bylaw, they then reach the fully calculated rate.
So other than keeping the rates not quite as high as we would right away, is there any advantage to that?
It's just providing some phase-in opportunity to the development community or those payable or paying the charge. But it would result in lost revenue, which would then have to be made up by other sources. So
right. And in your professional opinion, do these rates impact housing, impact commercial, industrial, people coming to our township?
Through the mayor, there is no specific evidence that suggests that increased development charges are passed on to a home buyer through, or reduced development charges, the savings are passed on to home buyers by reduced housing prices, and usually, or generally speaking, the areas with the highest development charges also have the highest rates of growth. So there isn't really a correlation that determines the converse to that.
So, just so I'm completely clear, the new rate would be between the region and the township. If we go through the process and don't get a whole lot of negative feedback and we say, okay, each new house, single residence, whatever, would be, and the cost would increase by $6,000 to the builder.
To the builder.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
They would pay the increased development charge.
Right, okay.
Yep.
Just
Yep. Yes.
Mr. CEO?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just on that point, just wanted to mention, I know council are aware of this, however, that we are working on a community improvement plan for the Port Perry employment area. Community improvement plan will provide opportunities of council to provide relief on employment-related development charges that would override this bylaw.
Right.
Councillor Ross?
Just in regards to the non-residential rate comparison, the page 33 in our, sorry, 36, our package 25 on your presentation.
Yep.
Just clarify the definition of a lower tier versus upper tier, and
Yep.
as to why school is so high in our second tier calculation there in relation to our comparables.
So the, through the mayor, the lower tier is referring to the township of Scugog and the lower tier municipalities. Upper tier is looking at the region of Durham or the region of York in these specific examples. And then the second question is the change in why Scugog's rates are higher?
Why we jumped from the current to the calculated in our lower tier
Oh.
In relation to our comparable being Brock, Oxbridge, slightly.
So through the mayor, that's just a function of the calculated rates that we've calculated now and related to the development-related needs in the capital program and the funding requirements. The rates are being increased, and that's shown in that specific graph. Yeah.
Further questions? Councillor Guido?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just on your next steps, hold meeting with industry. Can you walk me through how the industry is assumed, how you're contacting them, and who's included in that?
Yep, through the mayor. So I will defer to staff, but presumably there'll be an invitation sent out to specific landowners in the community that would then attend that meeting. In addition to that, there's a statutory public meeting, which will then go through a formal ad process, which has to be done. This will be an informal communication and above the requirements of the legislation.
Director Valentin?
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. I have compiled a listing of the developers from our building department, and I will be sending out an invitation to them, and as well as notifying council after this meeting.
Okay, so it'll go out to all, it's not selected one?
It's whomever I
it's whoever
have,
you
and I will do
Okay.
my best to reach out to whomever is on the contact list,
Perfect,
yes.
thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Brown?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I may suggest, Director, that you put something in the newspapers, I imagine, to advertise that they're having the opportunity.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'm not sure that I would do that for this particular one. There will be one definitely for the statutory open house. That is a requirement.
One other subsequent question. Mr. Mirabella, you make a great auctioneer. Spoken about 100 miles an hour, but I think I cut.
I'm sorry.
I
I'm
put
on
the
a time
pressure on
schedule,
him.
yeah.
The DCA ineligible services,
Yes.
you've got tourism facilities, convention centers, and so on and so forth. Does that include a hotel?
In terms of,
It being a tourism, is that a tourism facility?
oh, you can charge hotels for the collection of development charges, yeah.
That's good, thank you.
Councillor McDougall?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for your presentation. Currently, the proposed residential charge is jumping to, just to look at that one, it will be going to $16,944 from about $11,000. Does that say that currently our development charges are not enough and the taxpayers are picking up the difference currently? Through the mayor, this is reflective of, that's why the bylaws are being redone every 5 years, given the capital needs identified in this forthcoming 10-year period. These are the rates that are required to fund that capital program. At the time of the background study that was undertaken 5 years ago, the rates that were implemented were required to fund that capital program. So there is an increased level of development or capital development that's required to service the needs of this development period. And that's why they're being increased.
Capital services for growth.
For growth. For growth, through the mayor. So could a phasing in program where the middle mark is at 16.94 and then the end mark is higher than that, would that not be reflective? Or is that not normal? Through the mayor, under the Development Charges Act, you cannot levy a development charge higher than the rate that has been the maximum calculated rate that we have. So you can't start low and then end up higher. It has to be to the maximum of $16,944. Very good. One other question. So Just a clarification for development charges. Development charges are to be applied for services that are related for development. Are they to be applied to the development that they're related to, or can they be applied to any project that we deem necessary?
The development charges are applied to any new development that's occurring. And then the collections of those rates are specific to those services that you're collecting for, and you can't use Parks and Recreation development charges that are collected and use that to fund services outside of the Parks and Recreation regime. They have to be within that service category.
But we can use development charges collected for Parks and Recreation in one area, but in another whole area in the municipality, and that's
Oh, yeah,
acceptable?
they're applied township-wide, correct,
Okay,
yeah.
yeah, thank you.
Yeah, they're not specific to jurisdiction.
Further? I have one on page 28. Could you explain what redevelopment credits, bracket 10 years, what that means?
Oh, yeah, if you were to knock down a home or a building, you have 10 years to apply for a building permit and pay for, and to construct that building, and you would get a credit on that development charge within 10 years. So, they have different credit timelines. Sometimes they're 5 years or 10 years, but 10 years obviously gives most latitude in terms of the applicant redeveloping that period and getting their DC monies back.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Keithbrick, I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, could you clarify a little bit more about affordable housing to defer for up to 18 months? How would that work?
Yep, through the mayor, if an applicant were to be building purpose-built affordable units and below market values or market rent, the region is offering a deferral payment on their development charges for up to 18 months. So they would just defer the payment. Usually they're collected on building permit, so they would then have 18 months after building permit to pay for those development charges. So it gives them a bit of a break in terms of when in the collection of the cash flow issues for those specific dwelling units.
So it's not that they're not collected, they are collected, but they're given an opportunity to populate that affordable housing and then pay that after the fact?
Right.
Okay. Through you, Madam Mayor, another question. So you're saying the region has garden suites that are exempt, so basically they're building something for like an in-law apartment or something on your home, that wouldn't be something that would be subject to the development charges?
Correct.
Is that something that we would have to incorporate into our bylaw to match the region, or are we obligated in any way, or it's an opportunity because it's been done by the region?
Through the mayor, you're not obligated to match. You can have differing bylaws. Obviously, providing that exemption, they would get the largest portion of that charge exempt now. So, but you are obligated or can implement your bylaw as you see fit.
Having said that, the region had a steering committee, task force, if you will, on affordable and seniors housing. And these were part of the recommendations in that, and this council did endorse those recommendations. Correct? Yeah. Director Valentin?
Through you, Madam Mayor, just a point of clarification. So the municipality, the lower tier municipality ourselves, we collect the development charges for ourselves, the region, and the school board. So by us looking at the region's bylaw, we do try and align them because there is some confusion when the developer comes in to pay a different charge for the region and our lower tier municipality. So we will be looking at that and cleaning up our bylaw to try and align as best we can.
Yeah, I was just saying I was really happy to see that change at the regional level. I think it's an important one for seniors and for affordable housing, for sure.
Anything further? I didn't get a seconder, or at least I didn't see a hand for a seconder for that motion to receive. Councillor Watt, and I thought it was you. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation. That's, look forward to the next steps.
That's right. Great. Thank you very much.
Do you want to take a break? Oh, I know, it's going to say it's up to you. Would you like to take a break, Council? Okay, we'll have a break. It's now 3:30. We will break until 20 to 4. Okay? Is it on? Yes. Okay, thank you. Moving to the consent agenda, basically everything's been pulled because 9.1.1, which wasn't pulled, Councillor McDougall has a conflict, so we'll deal with that separately as well. So 9.1.1, the GP&A minutes of February the 4th. Could I have a mover, please? Councillor Guido, Councillor Watton, questions or comments? Seeing none. Pardon, did you have something? No, okay. Yeah, they're all pulled. All those in favor? That's great, thank you. Turning now to page 47, please. Whoops, wait a minute. Christmas closure, yeah, page 47. Councillor McDougall, you pulled that?
Yes, I did. I just wanted to say, over Christmas holidays, we didn't hear anything with regards to being closed at Christmas, and I think it's the one time a year that everybody can take off and be with their family, and I want to thank all the staff for taking care of any problems that did occur over that time. So I don't see any problem with that continuing in the future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. May I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Watton, Councillor Brown. Questions or comments? All those in favor? And that's carried. The farmer's market has been dealt with, and now we'll turn to page 56, 9.2.3. The rationale and recommendations concerning the Blackstock Arena, page 56. And Councillor Ross, you pulled that?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Belfry, we've had a couple discussions about the proposal of the Blackstock Ice Rink. Just have a couple clarifying questions and just a general comment in regards to the conclusion you've come to. In the report, it's not just the ice rink, but it's a comparison between the ice rink and the pool, suggested pool. I guess first off, maybe you could explain why the two are linked together, given that they're separate issues. But since my arrival here, they've always come hand in hand, as one or the other, or both go together or neither, but they're always spoken in the same breath.
Through the mayor to the councillor, the two are brought together, as you heard earlier, with the development charge study. This has been a long-standing issue and desire within the community of looking at whether we want to have a pool or not, and at the same time, when we were doing the master plan, going through the process, we knew we were dealing with the arena and Blackstock, so they're subsequently tied together because they're two major projects that the community was looking at through the master plan process, and two things of that scale, so they've become intertwined within that process, and right now as two desires, wants within the community, needs versus wants, and two major projects, so that's why they're tied hand in hand, and why always with the discussion about a major investment of a community this size is, what exactly should that major investment be? So that's why they're presented that way.
Okay.
Further?
Yes, please, Madam Mayor. In this report, the conclusion that you've come up with is that the arena should go ahead at this time. In the information that's provided, the majority of the information on the pool is, content-wise, is on the pool study that was done. That pool study is, I guess it's lacking comparables info and the actual scope of the pool itself. And I understand that it was deemed towards the new development, the Stockworth development. Given that the scope was so limited and there's a lot of comparables are missing in that report that was provided by an outside agency, how much of that came into play with your conclusion that we should go ahead with the ice rink as opposed to the pool?
Through the mayor to councillor, the conclusions of the master plan are based on a couple different themes within the master plan. One is take care of what you have already and built. So with the arena in Blackstock, that's an existing facility that is coming to the end of its lifespan, and we're already providing a service there. So the discussion around that is to invest in to maintain that service that you're providing within the community. Without that arena sits at about 75% capacity now. It services a couple hundred kids within its youth leagues, the men's league, the ladies league. So within that, without that arena, are you underserviced? So within the pool discussions, it was around the Stockworth development because that was an opportunity at the time to look at whether that would be a prudent investment. At the end, it was deemed that wasn't a prudent investment. We did start the whole pool process around looking at 25 meters pool that was based on what Uxbridge was looking at, and we started with those parameters, and when Stockworth came along, we looked at that option. That didn't pan out. So the aspects of the pool have always been tied to that, but for the needs of the master plan and the community consultation process that we went through, it was deemed that deal with what you have before you go and build something new, so.
Okay. In regards, regards to that answer through you, Madam Mayor, for me, to take care of what you have, knowing that the Blackstock Arena is a pricey refurbishment, a demolition and a reconstruction, understanding the definition of what you have, knowing that it's a demolishment and we're building again, if you take it in a global context, and that the township already provides ice rinks and an ice surface in the formation of 2 pads at the arena, and then if we look outside of our township, right on our border, we have another arena in Manvers that is underutilized at this point, and is an equal distance because it's on the border. If we take care of what you have, if we already have an ice rink, as opposed to just, and this is taking the emotional aspect of the pride of a community out from a Blackstock perspective, and just looking at the service that we provide. So we provide 2 ice rinks already, but we don't provide and don't have a pool facility that's as close. Was that in your consideration for this conclusion?
We did look at arenas within the areas of what service we're providing. We did look at it ourselves as well. We have 3 ice pads right now, so we looked at that as a level of service that we're providing. To not have that arena in Blackstock would be a reduction in our level of service. And through the master plan process, it was deemed that that's not the direction we wanted to go, was to reduce our level of service, but maintain that. So in order to maintain that in an aging arena, the logical thing was to look at replacement of that arena. We also did look at the aspect of recreational hubs in the community and the tradition of recreational hubs, and because that facility was in Blackstock, we looked at the development of the arena there as a recreational hub. Pool-wise, we looked at the regional aspect of where pool services are being delivered, much the same as with arenas where pool service is provided within distances regionally where we're well-served, whether we go within our own region or up to Kawartha Lakes. Township of Scugog has 3 pools that are in driving range. We would estimate 40% of Uxbridge's pool is Scugog residents. We are hearing that a new pool is coming into Brooklyn, so whether we want to invest in when we know that we're regionally served. So all those questions came out through the planning process, through the master plan and public consultation, and our consultants were set in their direction that replacement of the arena would be the top priority based on regional usage of pools.
Frederick?
I'll let someone else have a choice first.
Okay. Councilor Brown.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Councilor Ross. I have again a few questions. I just want to clarify a couple of things, if I may, Mr. Belfry. As regards to pools, there's 15 indoor pools in the area within 45 minutes here. Is that more or less accurate, give or take the new one that we say is coming?
Through the mayor, yes.
Have you, in terms of the pool, had any discussions with the YMCA? I was looking at Pembroke as one recent example of how they partner with the YMCA. They have the land, they build the YMCA runs it, and any deficits. And just to that note, and I do want you to answer the question, but just to that note, the estimated operating losses are around $350,000 to $500,000 per year for a 25-meter, 6-lane pool. So, have you had any conversations with the Y?
Through the mayor, the councillor, we haven't yet, but that is identified in the master plan to have those kind of discussions with the YMCA to look at any kind of pool development. That would be an avenue to explore.
And subsequent to that, if I may, Madam Mayor, have you talked to Uxbridge about their planned renovation and whether they're going to combine that somehow in Epsom or someplace like that?
Through the mayor, the councillor, we did have those kind of high-end discussions with Uxbridge. We did look at the Epsom site. That was within the study that we did. The problem with the Epsom site is there's no servicing out there, so to put a pool out there with no water or sewage out there was going to be problematic on the site.
Just one more, if I may. Thank you. If you go ahead with the planned building at Blackstock, you're going to put in one ice pad. That'll be more or less for hockey and public skating and that sort of thing. May I suggest to you that if there are, as I understand it, plans for a second ice pad at Blackstock, that you make it a figure skating pad as opposed to a hockey pad, because figure skating is way underserved in that regard, not only here, but in Uxbridge and other places too. So that might be something that helps draw people to Blackstock for other reasons than hockey.
Through the mayor, that's an excellent suggestion. I know they have an arena in Whitby, the McKinney Center, so something like that, that's something I think would be really good to explore.
Okay. Councillor Watton?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I know that in the Blackstock Arena discussion, it says that 95% of prime time is taken up at the Skugog, and that there's 76% at Blackstock. And I know that the conversation is just starting for the replacement, but how long do you think Blackstock can continue to operate, given the Freon and the recommendation that we only maintain it at as best we can without putting a lot of money into it?
Through the mayor, the councillor, right now, I have ordered, Freon's not being made after 2020, I've ordered extra Freon right now through our refrigerant company. Barring any major leaks, that'll get us a couple years. We do have a tower on that facility, the ice plant tower, which is year to year. So we do our best to keep it going. We put a lot of work into it through our contract company, and our staff are dealing with it because it has a lot of leaks in it, where the water leaks out. Most recently, the lighting in the facility, we have put our last light bulb in. So without going to new fixtures, because we're not able, the lights are so old in there, that's sourcing new light bulbs. So we may be looking, if we can't, we've asked our electricians to start looking for light bulbs as best they can, because they're not being made as much.
Sound like a poor neighbor.
Yeah. So it's, and trying to not invest as much into that facility, knowing that we'd have to put all new lighting in there for what, if it's coming out, so.
What is prime time?
Prime time,
Like, what are the hours for
the
prime
hours
time?
are 8 o'clock till 4, it's all weekend, Saturday and Sunday, and then 4:30 till 11 o'clock during the week.
Would Skugog Arena be able to accommodate the 76% of prime time that is being used at the Blackstock Arena in prime time? I mean, the math tells me no, but I'm asking you.
No, the amount of people that are invested in the Blackstock Arena right now, participating in programs, the ability for the current leagues to absorb them is probably very minimal to maintain. Everybody wants primetime ice, so you can't, unless the 300 kids are going over to join Port Perry minor hockey, and whether they can be fit in there, it's another thing. They cap out their divisions, so.
And do you have knowledge of, as my colleague mentioned, the Manverse Arena prime time?
I don't have knowledge off the top of my head, but I know Manverse went through a process 2 years ago about trying to generate more primetime ice. I don't know where they're at, but I wouldn't say they're at capacity, but to say that people will automatically go there is a whole other issue too, so.
Well, and at one point, the City of Kawartha was talking about closing that, right?
Correct, yeah. They, Manvers, Oakwood, I think Little Britain was one of them too, and further north, so they've pushed off closing them, but I know they did a study on them.
Thank you.
Anything further? Councillor Ross? Oh, wait a minute, first time speakers, Councillor McDougall? Okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Greg. A question regarding back to budget and looking at the 2018 capital budget. How come this project was never identified previously on that budget?
Are you referring to the arena project?
Yes.
We did the master plan process first, so that was within the last capital planning, so it was always known that once we had done the master plan, we wanted to go through that process first and see how the community felt through all our consultation, and that drove us to where we are now. So that's why it's in this year's to start. Yeah.
Okay, no, because I know I haven't skated in it in 20 years, but I don't expect it looks any different now than it did then.
I would guess not. I've been skating in 20 years and it hasn't really changed. I put up some netting and painted, put some new boards in, new scoreboard.
Gotcha.
Sorry, just one more question. Through the, when I look at the plan for the planned pool, and I look at the location of Blackstock, and I look at the communities that would be serviced by a recreation center out there of some form, Caesarea Blackstock, View Lake, Nestleton, even beyond our borders, it seems like it would be a pretty good location overall. It's just a question of, I think, the question of what exactly goes in that facility. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Finished? Okay, Councillor Kesebrink?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm not sure, this may be a question for either our Director of Finance or our CAO, but just for clarification, so, and this is coming up in our budget later, but the development plan that we're proposing, will that actually then allow us to apply for financing, for funding, for a facility? So the plan is not to, like, do the architectural designs per se, but it's to provide, like, a frame of reference of the scope of what it would be, and then that, is that a correct understanding?
Mr. CEO?
Yeah, to you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, that's correct. So the proposal that's in the budget is a preliminary design and consultation. That will allow us, one, to continue consultation with the public in terms of the needs of the recreation community in Blackstock, and also prepare a plan to sufficient detail that will inform a proper estimate. We just have right now a very high-level estimate. So we need to refine our budget and our financial plan with a valid, not construction-ready plan, but enough details that will provide a proper estimate. Yes, and we do not have the ability now to apply for grants. We have an 8.5 by 11 or slightly larger sheet that shows a plotting of where the arena would go with a ballpark estimate. So if we do undertake that work, we will be in a position that we can apply for grants should they come available.
So further through you, Madam Mayor, with respect to the development charges presentation that we've just heard, if we identify the Blackstock Arena as a part, and our master plan strategy as a part of our capital projects, then our DCs can be attributed to that. But if it's not addressed, if it's not mentioned, then we don't have the option of using DCs. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Mayor. Yes, that is absolutely correct, and you heard in the previous presentation that the Blackstock Arena, the replacement pad, is driving the rate, right? The pool is shown as outside of the planning period, but the arena is within the planning period. In fact, it was, I think, highlighted in terms of when the collections would be ready for construction on the 2024 timeline, which can go a little bit either way. But yes, the DC background study is planning for the eventual construction, replacement of the pad in Blackstock, not the rest of the plans for Blackstock that the master plan envisions in terms of being another recreation node. At this time, just the construction cost for the replacement pad.
Okay. That's not to say that the pool is out of the picture, it's just not within the period of time for this development charge review. The design, yeah, the design is.
If I could,
For the pool?
Madam Mayor, I would like to clarify that development background study is at this time identifying a preliminary design and consultation in a similar manner as the one we're undertaking for the Blackstock replacement pad, and that, I think, was in the 2023 timeline, which would just catch the end of this term, and would be, and we'll identify that, should this go forward, in our long-range capital forecast for next year.
Okay. Any other first-time speakers? Councillor Ross.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just through you, I'd just like some clarification as to when the decision to go ahead with the arena was made. Because we're receiving your report now stating that that's your recommendation, but as noted in the DC presentation we had, they've already got it, that's how we're going forward. Previous council has stated that both should carry on with the planning process, the initial planning process, and from everything I've seen, they've been weighted equally. But at some point, the arena took precedence over the pool, and I'm not sure at which point that came to fruition. Since your conclusion, we're just seeing your conclusion now. And that is coupled with the fact that we've got information here, that we've got an arena that's open 8 months a year, or 8 months a year for use, and a pool that's open all year. We have 72% on a poll that showed they want a pool. So there's a bit of a disconnect as to when this decision was made, and now that we're seeing it here. I don't know if you can speak to that.
Through the mayor, councillor, the decision to go with the arena was made when it was identified as the #1 priority in the master plan. So when we presented that plan last year to council, or earlier last year, we're in 2019 now. When we presented that last year, that's when the decision was made. That was identified as the #1 priority. So when that plan was endorsed by council, that was when the decision was that Blackstock will be the #1 priority moving forward. So it was identified in the development charges before, and so it's still within this study. The numbers have changed during this process, but it was identified previously. So that would have been back 2014, so.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If I could just add further, council has not made a decision with respect to either the officially with the Blackstock Arena nor the pool, other than what Mr. Belfry has indicated, where they approved the master plan, and the master plan did give preference to the arena pad, saying it was the #1 priority. The resolutions passed by council to date were that the new Blackstock Arena, and the same wording was used for the pool, be included in the design, not the construction, but the design, be included in the 2019 capital budget or the budget forecast if possible. So what's before, and that measures be taken, as you know, to establish a reserve fund, which we've done, and start to put funds away for future new facilities, and that the DC background study be, that the new arena and the pool be considered during that process. So what you have before you now is based on the master plan. You have staff bringing forward the arena conceptual design, preliminary design rather, and consultation because of what the master plan said. And then the pool is still to be considered, and we're bringing that design and background, that preliminary design consultation in through the DC background study, which we can incorporate in the long-range forecast next time. I know that's a lot there, so what I'm trying to do is, new councillors here, paint the framework of how this did get in, and council, it's still, I mean, the master plan indicates this, but it's before council now, should you decide to do otherwise. I mean, we're hoping we'll follow our master plans and stay with the recommendations, but this is before council now in way of the budget and in way of the DC background study.
So just a point of clarification, when you say it's before council now, because I know this is, a speaking point later on with the budget conversation that we're going to have in the next meeting, but I think this is a bigger issue. These are the two largest items that we have coming to the township in the near future, and I think some time should be devoted to proper discussion about them. And it may be a little presumptuous to have it within the budget, identified as a budget item when we haven't made the decision, as you said, or haven't changed it. Under your guidance, what do you believe is the best timing for discussion as to the direction of council on these two major projects?
Through you, Madam Mayor, again, maybe I'll try to do it more concisely. The council of the day did give direction to staff that the arena was the #1 priority. That's the way we've proceeded. And then the location of the Blackstock was determined to be the best location for that pad. So staff are moving forward based on that determination. And I mentioned the preliminary design and consultation is necessary to consult further with the public and refine the estimate so that we can do all those things I talked about, grants, determine the final estimate and such. The study and then the analysis of the pool, we feel indicated that the pool is not warranted for at least another 10 years. That's based on the population and proximity of pools within the immediate area of the municipality, and also that the pool, the need of the pool and the arena was put together, as Mr. Belfry had said, and that the arena, the loss of a pad in the municipality wouldn't be acceptable because of the drop in service level. Ideally, we would like both of these. Unfortunately, the municipality has to decide on the priority, and that decision was made through a master plan by a different council. And I guess what I think you're struggling with, Councillor Ross, is whether you agree with that decision. That decision is before you in the form of authorizing the preliminary design and consultation to move forward. That's on the budget this evening.
The only thing that I would add to that is I was one of the 72% that said I wanted a pool. That's my #1 priority. Having said that, I realize that it's the #1 want. It's not the #1 need in the township. And although it pains me, I have to, if it was two smaller very much smaller projects, we could move ahead with design for both of them. But they're huge projects, and we just cannot afford it because we just don't have the basis to do that. So,
Amir, do you believe that ice pad is a need or a want in Blackstock? If the pool is seen as a want, not a need, would you say a third pad in Blackstock is a need, or is it under the same name?
Given the use of both the Port Perry, the rec center just north of Port Perry, and the use of that and the use of the Blackstock ice pad, yes, we would, that 75% or whatever it is, plus whatever, you're looking at 126% usage at the two pads up there if we don't have the Blackstock.
Right.
The Freon is coming to the end of its availability, and it will, the ice pad will have to be closed. It's not even regulation size either.
Okay, I guess that's where we differ. We'll discuss in the budget.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Councillor Guido?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just out of curiosity, it was 72% that said in the, or 76, whatever it was, that said that they agree that there's a need for a pool. Was there a percentage, thank you, was there a percentage provided for those that felt the ice pad was needed in Blackstock?
To the mayor, to councillor, testifying member. I don't believe it was taken in that kind of questioning because the arena already existed, so it was a question of replacement of the arena and talking with community consultation of that already existed, so it wasn't because the pool was a want, right? Like Blackstock already existed, so.
Okay, no, I just thought of that when we were throwing the percentage around. And I had said this last time, and I know I've said it to you, Mr. Belfry, before, that if we were to remove the attachment to the location, the best location for, the most cost-effective location for that third ice pad is at the SCRC, because you would only need one set of staff. You would need, your equipment is one set of equipment versus two sets of equipment, so it's more of the fact of the existing relationship with the Blackstock and the location there. But if we were talking about true most cost-effective, would you not agree that the most cost-effective location is at the SCRC?
To the Mayor and the Councillor, during the master plan process, we did go through a lot of those conversations, and it is, the master plan does lay it out that it is more cost-effective to put a third pad in Fort Perry. But you would be able to go off the existing systems there and some staffing increase, but it's not as dramatic as a standalone facility on its own operational costs. So it is a cheaper option.
Thank you.
Anything further, Councillor Brown?
Just in terms of costs, maybe quickly if we can, Mr. Belfry, the cost of a pool 6 by 25 meters would be how much?
To the Mayor and Councillor, $17 to $25 million.
How much would it cost to put a new rink in Blackstock?
The arena alone, 15.
And how?
Original, the estimate of.
Sorry, and how much would it cost to put a new pad at the SCRC?
Preliminary numbers on similar projects we see in other communities is around $9 million.
So there's a difference of, to Councillor Guido's point, there's a difference of around $6 million if we go to Blackstock. And the pool is more expensive.
Pool's more expensive. If you're just doing a base 25-meter pool, yeah, you're 17 to 25. If you're looking for auxiliary pools, like senior pools, that you can get to 40 million.
And it operates at a deficit. Thank you.
Councillor Watton?
Just one further question. If we put the third ice pad and at the Skigog Center, would there still be room for a pool there? Because I believe, if I recall the master plan, there was that suggestion, and it was debatable on where then a pool would go if that ice pad went there.
To the Mayor and the Council, I think if you look back in the master plan, it's a two-sided question. You can put another pool or pad on the front of that facility. You have to remember that you have a pad that was built in 2003, and in between that, say you put another pad on there, it'll be sandwiched between a pad that's coming to 50, it's 42 years old now. 50 years, there's a benchmark on that pad too, of where you're at with that. So you're gonna have newer, really old, brand new. The option is, the spot to go is off the front of the building for another pad, not off the back, because the plant's at the back of the building. So you'd be tiering another parking lot on the upper level. The pool was originally designed to go off to pad 2 in that back parking lot, so it can be done. But within the master plan, there's also the talk that, as the councilor alluded to earlier too, about a second ice pad. That if you're going to increase your programming services, you can't go to 4 ice pads in Fort Perry. You can only go to 3. So that's why Blackstock was thought of another recreation hub, because you have potential to twin there.
Councillor McDougall?
Thank you, through the mayor. Thank you, Mr. Belfry. A question is, just thinking of Fernie, BC, where they were patching ice pad after ice pad, and it didn't go so well. $150,000 in 2019 to go for a preliminary design. Construction looks like it's in 2024. Will we make that and be able to keep this open for that long, or are we, like, year to year?
To the Mayor and Councillor, we do our best to keep it going. I would hope we make it that long. I can't guarantee it, but every year is a challenge within that facility, so we try. But it's also contingent on, we do the plan, we also have to raise money for the arena too, so we need time to do that.
Further?
Through the mayor to Mr. Belfry. So am I understanding that 42 years on the original first ice pad, in 8 years from now, we could be looking at potential, not replacement or refurbishment of that pad?
You'd be looking at refurbishment The ice plant itself is new, it's 2003, so that's already been upgraded. What you're dealing with on that pad is you'd be dealing with upgrades to probably dressing rooms, and you have to look at the floor, and the piping in the floor, so you may be looking at refurbishment in there. We haven't seen any signs of anything, so we're not concerned. We're inspecting what's called the header trench this summer, so which we'll go in and take a look at that, look for leaks or anything like that. But we haven't seen any signs of anything in the ice, so, but that's the industry standard, is around 50 years to look at, so we know we should be looking at that. We have done audits on the building every 6 years, so we know it's structurally okay. It's just where the ice plant, those pipes that are in that floor.
One more through the mayor, thank you. So when I scanned the document from Sierra Planning and Design, or Sierra Planning and Management, it said that there's not currently a business case for a pool, and it doesn't appear that there'd be a business case until the population is around 35,000. Is that correct?
Through the mayor and the councilor, I think the number's around 30,000 ideally for a pool, so that's what the document says, is that population-wise, there isn't the business case to 30,000, but it also says you don't always take that in consideration when you're looking at your community, so.
Further?
I guess just one other question on the Blackstock site. I think the recognition that there needs to be a center there of some sort, and back to Councillor Brown and Councillor Ross's acknowledgement, it's a question of, should it be the arena or should it be the field house, or what should it be there? But certainly, I can see we're coming to short strokes, if that's fair to say.
Yep.
Okay, Mr. CAO, did you have an update on that figure?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just the report, before he does reference on page 5 of the report, that an estimate that one pool for every 30 to 50,000 population. And also the timing of an arena or pool really is a function of the financial ability to build either one of them, and neither of these will be built without good financial planning, which we've started. But it will be a combination of, we will require a substantive grant. And this is my opinion, you will require a substantive grant. There'll be a debenture, of course. There'll be a fundraising campaign that will be needed, and it may also result in a tax increase. This is substantial. Either one of these are substantial costs for the municipality. Both one, the report's identified as an immediate need, and the other one as a want that can be provided for over the longer term.
Councillor Keys-Brink.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was to understand better the consultation process for the design concept. Does that involve discussions with the public to ask them about, what elements that they would want included in the design? Is there still could you just give us a little bit more clarity about what that process is? Because this is new for us as new councillors.
Yes, thank you, and I'll let Carol fill in any of the, through you, Madam Mayor, any of the blanks. But if we keep in mind that the master plan's identification of the replacement pad as being the #1 priority for a new facility, that recommendation was made in the context of Scugog being a large geographical community, and Blackstock being historically a recreational center. Blackstock in that immediate area being a recreational center, having an arena, having a community hall, and the master plan identified the need for the community to have, they called it 2 recreational nodes. And that node in Blackstock, with the decision to go there, was not purely on provision of one pad. It was on looking at the future planning of a second pad, perhaps, I think as Councillor McDougall said, a field house, arena, and there's even talk of a branch library someday. So the preliminary design consultation will look at,
the design costs, of course, of the replacement plat, but in the concept of, or the context rather, of what might occur there over time. And I think that's a big part of the consultation of how that would look and feel on the ground and what would be provided there over the long term.
So members of the fair board were asking me, I was out there for a look when they were playing when they were doing some curling, I was taking some pictures and just getting to know everybody. But they were asking, because they have developments that need to be done with the fairgrounds, like improvements and changes and things, and they were just concerned to not invest money where they shouldn't in case, the design involved, this or that or the other. They didn't want to spend money if it was just going to be torn down. So they were looking for direction from council as to what they should do, because they're trying to prepare for the fair, for the next season and everything. And I guess I'm kind of asking, what I should say or what we should do at that point.
Carol? Sorry.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor. We did do some preliminary feasibility studies of what it could look like, how things might fit there. There's still a lot we don't know, like where the services are, what would need to be upgraded. But most of the options we looked at did impact the existing fairgrounds, and they would have to be moved to the west. So my recommendation is not to make any major investments until we complete our preliminary design for the facilities.
Yeah, go ahead.
So is it an option, I think there was $4.65 million to refurbish the existing ice pad, so not to build a whole new pad, but at least to just refurbish it. Is that an option at all to give us more time in this process, or just a question?
Mr. Belfry, I think.
Through the mayor and the councillor, that was in the master plan as a base estimate of what it, just as a replacement of the existing building as it sits now. The question is why would you build another small pad like that, right? So that's what the master plan process went through. It acknowledges that it's just a base cost to replace what's there, but why would you do that when that's not how it limits your potential for any facility, and that's not really how, like, hockey is played there, but that's not regulation hockey, and so it doesn't serve the need, really, so. Yeah.
Okay, I think we've come to the end of our questions. I'm looking now for a motion. Was there somebody else? Okay.
Through you, Madam Mayor, so just to clarify, I believe that the Scugog Recreation Site would be able to hold both an extra ice pad, an additional ice pad, and the pool.
Through the mayor and councillor, ideally, it could. Depends on the size of the pool and what you want, too. That's a base pool of 25 years. We'd be looking at a lot of parking lot development, too, around the site, and another ice pad. So I don't think a full-on study has been done about the parking lot potential of once you put both of those on there, whether there is enough property for that. That would have to be hashed out, too.
Okay.
That is good, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So now I'm looking for a motion to receive for information the report on the rationale and recommendations concerning the Blackstock Arena and proposed municipal pool. Moved by Councillor Brown, seconded by Councillor McDougall. Questions or comments? All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. Thank you. We will move on to the delegation of authority, 9.2.4, page 120 in your agenda, and Councillor Guido, you've had that pulled.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I apologize, I should have had all my questions ready, but I will scroll through and get them now. Director Heritage. Perfect. If you walk slower, then I can find my question. I'm sorry, let me just get to there. Okay, yes, so on section 2.5, under Development Services, additions to the policy, says approval of heritage permits for the alteration of property within a heritage conservation district. Director Heritage, can you please review with me what the current policy is, and then what the impact would be for changing this, and if the Heritage Committee has been advised of this potential change and their feedback?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the Councillor. The existing policy would be outlined in bylaw number 3214, under Schedule A, Delegation of Powers and Duties, Community Services. And it's in reference to signage and variances, but there's nothing in there with respect to heritage permits at all in the existing bylaw. In terms of the new bylaw, and we certainly provide our input to the Heritage Committee on heritage permits, and that includes facade improvements and so on. We haven't had direct discussions with the Heritage Committee to date on the delegation, but we certainly provide that input to the Heritage Committee.
Okay, so the definition of an alteration would be, would that just be like a facade improvement, or would it be a major?
That could be a facade improvement, that could be a deck, that could be anything along those lines.
Okay, all right, thank you. And I have another question regarding the draft plan approval and endorsement by council, and where the proposed change would have at the discretion of the director to bring to council or not. I would just like to understand what the definition of whether it is, what the definition or criteria would be to bring it to council. As a ward councillor, we would always likely receive questions from our constituents about developments. So what we may deem as sensitive may not be your definition.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the Councillor, is this in regards to site plan?
Yes.
Developments? Yes. I would certainly have a conversation with the ward councillor regarding any particular site plan application and whether it was deemed to be sensitive or controversial, and then proceed in that manner and bring it forward to council if it was deemed to be sensitive.
Okay, so there'll always be a discussion with the ward councillor before that determination is made?
Yes, that's my view.
Okay, thank you. And then one last question, and an update to the policy. Approval of signage and variances to the Scugog sign bylaw for the main central area. Does that currently come to us, or does that currently go to the Heritage Committee? Where does it currently happen?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the Councillor. In terms of updates to the sign bylaw, that would have to come forward to Council.
Well, just as the update to the policy is approval, sorry, this is page 127 of our agenda. Approval of signage and variances to the Scugog sign bylaw for the main central area, Port Perry, as designated in the Scugog official plan. So does that mean if I want to have a sign in the heritage conservation area, that it can just be approved through your department rather than through ours?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the Councillor, that's correct.
Okay,
yes.
And what is the current practice? Is it still a subcommittee of the Heritage Advisory Committee where they approve signs, or is it done in-house by staff currently?
Currently, it's done in-house by staff.
Okay.
There is no subcommittee to the Heritage Committee.
Okay, so then what is the change here then?
Previously, under the old bylaw, it speaks to approval of signage and variances to the Township of Scugog sign bylaw for the main central area of Port Perry is designated in the Township official plan, and the committee delegation is the Heritage Permit Subcommittee. There is no such thing.
Oh,
as
so that's what the
heritage
update is
That's
acknowledging that committee's done. Okay,
That's
thank you very much.
Further? Counselor Guido, is there anything further? Okay, anybody else have any questions? Okay, the motion is that the delegation of authority bylaw update be received and that the delegation of authority bylaw appended as attachment 1 to report CORP 2019-001 be brought forward for adoption. Mover, please. Counselor Watton, Counselor Ross, questions or comments? All those in favor? And that's carried. Okay, moving on to 2019-07, 9.2.5, page 147, and Councilor Guido.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do have some questions for you, Denise, if possible. I understand that they are looking for an exemption for the noise bylaw so that they can do construction in the evening for a very long duration of time. I read it twice, and at first I thought it was just a short duration of time until I realized it was lapsing a year, so it would be a year and 4 months-ish, the project. Is that correct, that it would go from 2019 to 2020?
That is correct. That was the request that was put forward, yes.
Okay, thank you. So what days of the week are they planning on doing this? I'm only asking because most of us lived through the nighttime construction on 7A multiple times, actually. I just want to ensure that we're not having 7 days a week where there's going to be an exemption to the noise.
They haven't specified specific days. I guess that will depend on their schedule, but they haven't specified that they're only going to work specific days of the week.
I would feel far more confident if we would be able to assure the public that they would at least have 2 days of uninterrupted sleep or travel up and down 7A. At what point do we expect to understand how many days of the week they're planning on working?
I can put that forward to them if that's the decision of council. We can make the stipulation within our...
I don't recall what the stipulation was with the other project on 7A, but I don't believe it was 7 days a week that we allowed the construction. And I would think that we'd want to be consistent with what we allowed previous, but I don't know if the CAO recalls.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the council, we can have a look at that. I do not recall if there was a stipulation, but if you'd like to be consistent, we can go back and have a look at that and make sure we are when the resolution comes forward to the council meeting on the 25th.
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. Traditionally, they don't tend to work on weekends, so we can look at that, but if that's a stipulation that we want to put forward, we could certainly adjust the...
If I recall correctly, because it was overnight work, I want to say they either started Sunday evening, and then they wouldn't work Friday evening, obviously, because that's going into... But I do recall that it kind of lapsed a weekend a bit. I remember that noise far too well. Multiple times we had to do that. My next question is a protocol for complaints. In the report it says that they're going to do some precautionary measures, but that there will be a protocol for complaints regarding construction noise. What is that protocol?
Complaints normally go directly to the MTO, and they deal with them on their side. It would be difficult for us because we've given the exemption. So any complaints that residents have would go directly with the MTO, and they would look at the scope and deal with that from their end with their contractors.
The only thing I will ask to this, Madam Mayor, if I may, is that we communicate this with our residents, that how to lodge that complaint, where to lodge that complaint. My assumption is that last time we did hand-delivered, I don't know if it was us or someone did hand-delivered notes to, I actually delivered some notes because some of them weren't received, to the residents impacted. If that number could be listed in there, in the note that we give to the residents. And now this time, our businesses will be impacted as well, because it will be traversing the corridor there at 7A and Water. Those businesses there will be impacted as well. So just if they can be notified. And my last question, Madam Mayor, the flow of traffic, will that be communicated to the township, meaning will a lane be closed and traffic redirected? I realize this is overnight, but still it would be good to understand if their intention is to close one lane of traffic and do directional traffic on the other lane.
Again, that, I believe that is the intent. It would be their regular process, the same as we have. They have indicated the process will follow the same as they have historically with their other construction projects.
Thank you. I just do recall last time it was very difficult to even be brought to the table, to the conversation with the MTO with this. So if we can attempt to get as much out of them at the forefront as far as discussion-wise, that would be greatly appreciated.
Thank you, Councilor Guido, and I see the CAO and probably others have made notation of your questions, and hopefully when the bylaw comes back, we'll have those answers defined for you. Any other questions on this? Councilor McGregor. I'm getting tired.
Thank you. Call me anything you want, just not late for dinner.
That's right.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Am I to understand that the noise exemption is for the replacement of the culverts only and not for the resurfacing?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor. It is for the replacements of the culverts, but as I understand it, there will be some road replacement requirements within that. There will be some digging up of the road and therefore some road repair required as well.
Okay, because I'm just looking at the map and it shows resurfacing from Carnegie Street, which is near Water Street, all the way through to Nestleton.
Yep.
Or not quite Nestleton, but the turnoff in...
Yep.
So that appears to be resurfacing all the way along, and I assume that we're approving the noise exemption for that whole area? Through the mayor?
We are approving the noise exemption for the whole area. My understanding is the resurfacing will be in conjunction with the areas that they're replacing the culverts. So there is quite a large, if you look at the map, there's 2 culverts right at the causeway, and then the other 2 are much farther along. So I do not believe that there is any resurfacing required in that large portion in between.
Very good, so very little resurfacing through the village of Port Perry itself, or the
Correct.
town of Port Perry?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Anything further? The map, did we supply this map, or did the MTO supply the map? Because the resurfacing appears to go right from Carnegie Street right through to the end of their work on 57, the green.
The map was supplied by them.
Okay, so it looks like the resurfacing is going all the way along then, which is fine. We can do the nice new road. Maybe we could take the credit for that. Councillor Watton?
I don't suppose resurfacing includes digging up the sides so that we could do a one dig and put in our gas line and our fiber optic line.
Councillor McDougall?
No, but through the emails I've received from Parsons, it does include cycling improvements along the whole section. Thank you.
There you go. Underneath there, maybe they could put some fiber optics. Yeah, there should be. Exactly. Okay, anything further? Okay, I'm looking for a motion, please, that the report be received and a noise exemption to Scugog Noise Bylaw 83-13 be granted to Carson's, Inc., as retained by the Ministry of Transportation to operate heavy equipment overnight to rehabilitate and/or replace culverts on Highway 7A from Carnegie Street to the north junction of Durham Regional 57 and on Highway 7A near the intersection of Highway 712 and 7A in Manchester from June 2019 until October 2020. May I have a mover, please? Councillor McDougall, Councillor Guido, questions or comments? All those in favor? One more question? Yes.
Further to Councillor Watton's comments with respect to those other services, would it be possible for us to have a letter to our MP to ask them to take that into consideration since they're digging it all up?
Okay,
We can ask.
we could do that, and if you would like to make an amendment to the motion that we...
Could we please? Yep.
Okay. Mr. Clerk, can you figure out what the wording is of that motion, that amendment? Okay, the amendment would be that we request our MPP, and the MTO to consider the placement of gas and fiber optic while the road is being dug up. So, perfect. So, there is an amendment on the table by Councillor Kiesebrink, seconded by Councillor Watton. Everybody understand that amendment? Questions or comments? All those in favor of the amendment? Well, that's carried. To the main motion as amended. All those in favor? Councillor McDougall? And that's carried. Thank you. Okay, we now move to the demolition permit, 9.2.6, page 151, and that is pulled by Councillor Guido.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Director Heritage, we meet again for questions, sorry. I had asked this question to you, and I appreciate that you responded over the weekend, but just walk me through it again so that not just myself, but if anyone else has the questions. When we designate a property, which we did last year, the residents or the property owners still have the right to apply for a demolition permit, regardless of the fact that it's designated.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor, that is correct.
And then due process says it needs to go to our Heritage Advisory Committee and then ultimately back through to council?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor, yes, according to the Ontario Heritage Act, if a municipality has a Heritage Committee, the matter is forwarded from council to the Heritage Committee for review and consideration, and then their recommendation comes back to council for a final decision.
So the only direction we would be providing today as far as council would be to send this to the Heritage Advisory Committee for their comment?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor, that's correct.
Thank you. And one other point of question. The engineer report supplied in this report is not signed, stamped, or anything. Is this typical of engineer report that you've received in the past?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor, no, it's not typical. Typically, a report that is prepared by engineer is stamped and signed.
Okay, so if this is to proceed any further, will that requirement be there, or will the requirement go back to the permit applicants before it goes to the Heritage Committee that the proper documentation is received?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor, that request will be made to the applicant to provide that information before it goes to the Heritage Committee for consideration.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, Councillor Ross?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, Director Heritage, can you just advise, has this property or the Heritage Advisory Committee in any capacity?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor, it has gone before the Heritage Committee on several occasions. There have been a number of requests. The owners own one property, 221 Mary Street, and then they own the abutting property to the north on Queen Street. proposals have come forward to expand the renting, or the rentable portion of the Queen Street property and possibly eliminate 221 Mary Street to provide a parking lot for those additional rental units.
Just a follow-up through you, Madam Mayor. The notice of intention to designate 221 Mary Street by the owners, as soon as they put that notice of intention through, does that trigger anything with the Heritage Committee, or they've removed that intention? Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor. The notice of intent to designate comes from the municipality. So that notice of intent to designate is advertised in the newspaper, and the applicant has a period of time to provide comments on that, or to object to that notice of intent to designate. In this case, the Muellers, who are the landowners, objected to the notice of intent to designate and had the matter referred to the Conservation Review Board. There have been several discussions at the Conservation Review Board, and ultimately the applicants withdrew their objection to the notice of intent to designate, and council followed up shortly thereafter with a bylaw to designate the property.
Okay, great, that clarifies. Thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Brown?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you. Just to your Director Heritage, just to make sure I understand this correctly, Section 34 of the Heritage Act says no owner of designated property, which this is, shall demolish or remove buildings on properties unless the owner applies to council within 90 days of council. Within 90 days, council may approve or not approve. But it's got to go through the Heritage Committee first, is that right?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor, yes, that's correct.
And then after the subsequent, if I may, thank you.
Subsequent to the Heritage Committee, their recommendation comes back to council for a decision.
One more, Madam Mayor, and so when does the 90-day period begin?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the council, the 90-day period will begin shortly thereafter this meeting.
Further questions? Mr. Heritage, is there any further direction that you need? There was the question about stamped signed drawings or stamped signed statement from the engineer. Do you need that included in this motion? Or is that needed, or?
Madam Mayor, no, I don't think that's needed. That's just taken under advisement. We'll pursue it with the applicant.
Okay, is that okay with the council? All right. So, no further questions. The report, I'm looking for a mover that the report be received and the notice of receipt of a complete demolition permit application be served on the applicant. And 3, that demolition permit application 2018-0218 for 221 Mary Street be forwarded to the Heritage Advisory Committee for review and consideration, and that council consider the recommendation of the Heritage Advisory Committee within 90 days after the notice of receipt of a complete application is served on the applicant in accordance with the provisions of the Ontario Heritage Act. May I have a mover, please? Okay, before we take the vote?
Yeah, just that, item number 2 says that a notice of receipt of a complete demolition permit applicable application be served on the applicant. If the report isn't signed, then is the demolition permit application considered complete?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor, staff will not issue the notice of receipt of complete demolition permit until we get that document signed.
So, if I may, to the clerk, how does that in fact affect these recommendations?
Mr. Clerk.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor, it doesn't affect the recommendations. As I said, staff will hold off on the notice of receipt of the application until we receive the signed document. Everything else has been submitted in compliance with the township's building bylaw, and the township's building bylaw deals with demolition permits.
Okay. Okay, so do I have a mover, please? Councillor Watton, seconder. Councillor Ross, questions or comments? All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. 9.2.7, page 163, I have Counselor Watton, and I understand that Director Valentin has a change, a correction. Do you want to have Director Valentin make that correction first, Counselor Watton?
I think that'd be the easiest way to handle it.
Okay, Counselor Valentin? Director Valentin?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The attachment to the report, which is page 165 of your agenda, I took a closer look at some of the expenditures, and there was a credit that was identified in the wrong account in our general ledger system. So the cell phone expenses for Councillor Watton should be, instead of $857, should actually read $644.
Would you repeat that number?
$644.
$644. Thank you.
So the total cell phone expenses should read $3,578, and the total shall be revised to $259,183.
Thank you. Does that satisfy your query, Counselor Watton? Okay. So the motion I'm looking for is to receive the report. May I have a mover, please? Counselor Guido, you got a question?
I have something to add to that.
Okay, you have something to add to that. Go ahead.
That it be received, be received in that Counselor Watton's cell phone expenses be changed from $857 to $644, and the total be changed from $37.91 to $35.78 per Diane.
We'll take that as the motion. Okay. Counselor Watton, Counselor Guido, is you seconding that? Questions or comments? Questions or comments? All those in favor? Counselor McDougall, you voting? Did you vote? Yeah. Okay. That's great. Thank you. That's carried. Correspondence. I guess I probably should have included that in the consent agenda. So do I have a motion to receive for information unless there's another motion? Counselor Watton, Counselor Guido, questions or comments? Receiving for information. Thank you. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Okay, no notices of motion. There's the updated proclamations and issued by the Mayor's office. Questions or comments? Can I have a mover for that, please? Councillor Kiesebrink, Councillor Guido, all those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Oh, proclamations issued by the Mayor's office for April. That was for March. This one's for April. Mover, please. Councillor Watton, Counselor McDougall. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Any other business? No closed session. Motion to adjourn. Counselor Guido. Counselor Kiesebrink. All those in favor? That's carried. We'll take a break before we go into council. It is 5 o'clock. Break to what, 5:15? 5:15. We'll break till 5:15. Thank you. So, I'll start this meeting with the statement on the First Nations. Scugog is situated on treaty land that is steeped in rich Indigenous history. Today, we acknowledge that we are gathering on the traditional territories of the Mississaugas of Scugog Island First Nation. We recognize and deeply appreciate the historic Indigenous connection to this land and recognize the contributions First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples have made, both in shaping and strengthening this community, in particular, our province, and country as a whole. Do I have a disclosure of pecuniary interest and the nature thereof? Seeing none, We've already had our closed session and reported on that. We don't have to report it on again. No delegations and presentations. The consideration of the business for which notice was given. This is a special council meeting to deal with the 2019 operating and capital budgets. And before we start, I'll just say a few things. First of all, this is our first budget in this term, and I realize that it's a little overwhelming, and even though our procedural bylaw says you can speak twice to a motion or an amendment, I'm going to be pretty lenient on that because it's important that we get all of our questions and concerns aired. So that's the first thing I'd like to say. This next thing I want to point out that I think the best way to proceed is to start out with a motion that is outlined on page 2, the recommendations. We'll start out with the motion, seconder, vote, and then we will look at amendments. And I think that will keep things tidy. We will deal with one amendment at a time. So everybody understand? I think that's the best way to move forward. I'd also like to say that in preparation for tonight, this has been going on for a number of months, even before the election. The township went out to Speak Up Scugog. We had a budget survey. We had budget input from members of the public, and a budget open house. Councillors and former councillors had their wish lists. We had our strategic plan process where staff and all of us heard about the issues that we have heard over the past several months during the campaign trail. And staff was all part of that as well. We developed targets for this budget. And then staff put their corporate hats on, all of the senior staff put their corporate hats on to look at the whole thing corporately, not by their own departments, and went over line by line the budget. They looked at past spending records to determine if that was the appropriate budget to assign. And then there's the roads needs study that, although it does need to be refreshed, staff does look at that roads needs study every year. Staff listens to us and constituents on their roads, has another look to see if that road is indeed supposed to be number 14 or if it should be number 2 on the list. All of our roads, as we know, need to be done now, but some of them are to the point where it's imperative that they're dealt with. And staff has looked at that, and they've looked at what makes sense to do, and they've also looked at it township-wide. Is there anything you would like to add, Mr. CAO?
Madam Mayor, I think that was a great summary, and I think you've said anything that I was going to add. Thank you.
Okay. And Director Valentin, is there anything that you would like to add? Did I leave anything out?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think you're pretty accurate on everything. Just looking at the way that staff have built up their budget, they looked at the prior 3-year average on cost, but also looked to current tenders and things like that and the rates that are currently in place, and that has to be taken into consideration as well while building this forecast.
When you're making your estimates.
Correct.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So now, if we're ready, we can move on, and I'm looking for a motion to the recommendations on page 2 and 3 of our report tonight. May I have a mover? Councillor Watton? A seconder, please. Councillor Kiesebrink? Okay. I'm going to call now for questions or comments or amendments. Okay. Who's going to be first? Or should we just vote on it? Do we have any questions, comments, or amendments? Councillor Ross, then Councillor Watton. Councillor Ross.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you. Start at the top of the list and move our way down. Just directed towards Director Heritage in regards to, identified properly here, report DEV 015 Comprehensive Waterfront Plan for the 2019 budget in the order of $90,000.
Could you refer to a page number from your package?
Yes.
Today.
1 second.
Please.
It's going to be capital projects under page 79.
Okay, go ahead.
Director Heritage, after conversation with you, just wanted to clarify. The waterfront plan that's in this budget is a comprehensive plan that would take in the scope of the entire waterfront, from my understanding. In looking at what we have at the waterfront right now, we have a couple of studies, plans, proposals in place, including the wetlands project that we have recently spoken to here. We have a line item for Palmer Park Playground, as well as washroom design, and then there's the mill and everything. In your opinion, is the waterfront plan, does it encompass all of these? And if we did not have the waterfront plan, could we go ahead with these studies and everything else that's kind of intermingled in the waterfront area?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor. Just to clarify the study area is basically the Port Perry waterfront, and it also includes the lands to the north of the CIBC bank at the southwest corner of North and Water Streets. So it extends from Birdseye Park to the north all the way down to the Independent. So that includes the library, it includes the pumping station, the marina, the Latcham Center, the parking lot that I just spoke of, the old mill, Palmer Park, 2 ball diamonds, tennis courts, and the study will also consider or look into the other side of Waterfront Street, or Water Street, on the west side, take that into consideration, as well as partially up Queen Street. There are a couple of other studies that are ongoing. One, we're going to be looking at the old mill, as well as we're doing a community improvement plan for the downtown, for downtown Port Perry. So they're all interrelated. In terms of the specific projects that you referenced for the waterfront in 2020, this study, the waterfront study, is a comprehensive study that will establish the high-level framework or parameters for guiding the development of those specific projects in 2020, dealing with the public washrooms, dealing with the splash pad, dealing with the new playground equipment along the waterfront.
Just a follow-up through you, Madam Mayor. If the plan is delayed or is not prepared in time, some of the line items that we have that deal within that scope, like we're talking about the washrooms, the playground area, they're on a budget line item for 2020. How will they impact? And going both ways, how will the waterfront project impact those moving ahead? Is it likely that they have to be moved back to the next year, or will they be able to go ahead even though the waterfront project is not complete?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor, the proposed timeline for the waterfront plan is for 2019 and 2020. So it's intended, or fully intended, that that project will be completed sometime in 2020 to allow these other projects to proceed.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Keith-Spring? Oh, sorry, I had Councillor Watton recognized before you. I'll put you after. And I forgot. Okay. While you remember, I'll go to Councillor Keith-Spring.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Director Heritage, in looking at the zoning of our waterfront areas. I think they're zoned, there's zoning for open space and so on. So if we were looking at, you know, a downtown hotel or doing something with the old mill, part of the preparations for being able to welcome a potential investment in our downtown would involve having some zoning aspects modified so that it's basically ready for someone to step into place. Could you speak to that a little bit for us?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor, as part of the overall study, we'd be looking at the policy framework, so at the official plan level, as well as the zoning framework. And depending on the directions that are agreed upon or recommended by staff and approved by council, that would lead to possible amendments to the OP and the zoning bylaw to establish that policy framework.
To you, Madam Mayor, so basically at this point in time, if someone were to come forward with a really good proposal that the town was 100% behind, there would be delays because the zoning isn't ready for anything to happen at the moment. So this comprehensive plan and understanding and agreeing on what we want to happen in that space and what we want to see there, and then affecting that zoning, then allows us to finally move forward and make some decisions. Is that a correct understanding of this next step?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor. With respect to the old mill is part of the township's main central area in the official plan. That designation provides a whole host of permitted commercial uses. So in terms of the zoning, I think that's a mixed-use type of zone. It permits some commercial uses as well. So I think we're well on our way, specifically with the old mill, to deal with any future uses that may be interested in locating within that building.
But that would not be the case for, we have like a gas line that runs right beside it. We have the Latcham Center and the fact that it needs to be renovated and so on. So in that, there's open space area around that. And so that would be part of what we would be looking at with the master plan?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, that's correct. There's a major trunk sanitary sewer that's located below grade between the old mill and the Latcham Center that connects with the pumping station. So no development would be permitted, or no buildings would be permitted on top of that sanitary sewer. That's correct. And just as a reminder, the region of Durham is undertaking an environmental assessment for the pumping station to increase its capacity. So it may or may not be located in its current location. It may be moved, but that would be determined through the EA.
Councillor Watton? Okay. Further comments, questions, amendments on this motion? Did you have something further? Yeah, the motion to approve the budget, yes. Yep. You got more? Okay.
Okay, thank you, Director Heritage. Move on to another item just in line here. Pardon me. Director Coleman, in regards to, let me get the page number for everybody here. It'll be in regards to page 107, which is project PAR 021, the dog park. It's currently budgeted coming from Parks Reserve at $45,000. Director Coleman, in conversation earlier, I was trying to identify that where the $45,000 was being allocated towards. Being a dog owner myself, a large dog owner, I understand the importance for having a dog park, not only for exercise and physical activity, but it's also as a social for our residents, not just the dogs, but it's a social aspect for residents, and one that I would absolutely get behind. I think my concern was with the price tag that went along with it, having seen some of the dog parks, the Taj Mahals of dog parks, and then here's a sign saying it's an off-leash area. In conversation with you, as to where that number came from, you were able to split it up to pair it off, as opposed to me giving the information. Maybe you could give the information to council as to maybe how that could be separated into a smaller figure and what that would involve.
Director Coleman.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor. At this point, the 45,000 is a pretty high-level estimate because we don't have a design and we haven't done the public consultation. But what that number is based on so far is about 22,000 for fencing and signage. The fencing is to create a small dog area, and in some areas, fencing around the perimeter and certain locations, and the signage to let people know what's there. The proposed location is between Carolyn Best Diamonds and the soccer fields, and the parking lot and the driveway to get to Carolyn Best Diamonds is in rough shape. So we've also included about 23,000 to gravel resurface that area and grade it. So it's about half and half split between the two. I wouldn't want to bring more people to the area for the dog park without making those improvements, so I think that the two have to be done together. And so the actual dog park itself is about 22,000, and the improvements to the driveway and the parking lot would be about 23,000.
Okay, thank you. Just to follow that up then, if you wouldn't recommend, if it's a $23,000 split between the parking lot and the actual dog park, in the report it states that public consultation will be held to determine the location and design. Would it be fair to say that the $22,000 would be a fair estimate for a dog park anywhere in the township, as opposed to the location you just talked about?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor. It's, as a ballpark, yes. Depends where it is, though. So because there's fencing existing on part of the site and there's a creek, we probably don't need fencing on each of those sides. So this location might be less because in another location might need more fencing. So I have to look at the location and look at it that way. So it could vary from that 22,000.
Okay, thank you very much. Understanding the need the want for a dog park and its attributes that it gives to the residents and to pet lovers and beyond, I'd like to make an amendment to the original motion that the budget item for a dog park be reduced to $22,000 and a separate line item for the parking lot you have to remind me of exactly the name of the parking lot of that area, be a separate line item and make them two separate amendments that we could go towards.
Are you referring to just amend the budget numbers on page 107?
Yes, so first amendment would be to amend the budget numbers so that the dog park represents $22,000 for the 2019 budget as opposed to $45,000.
And the remainder?
That would be one amendment, and then a second amendment that that the parking lot, $23,000 then for the parking lot, would be a second amendment that we could then vote upon to split them up.
Parking lot and road improvement?
Whatever the nature of the nature of the $23,000 for that area. And the reason from splitting them up is that I personally can get behind the dog park for $22,000. The fact that it hasn't been identified yet as the exact spot we're going to, I'm reluctant to put it together with that parking lot, which would almost force our hand into that area, or at least suggest that that's where it goes before public consultation. So the First Amendment would be to amend the line for the dog park to $22,000.
Okay, does it need to be two amendments? Director Coleman?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor, I'd like to suggest that instead of amending it that way, that we change the sheet to provide more detail, and we can say that 22,000 is towards the park, 23,000 towards the gravel improvements. This will make things a lot easier for our treasurer at this point because of where we're at with the budget and then the lateness of it. And also, if, you know, say we find another location and we need 25,000, you know, we can play with it a little bit that way, but we can also put, you know, that if it doesn't go ahead in that location, then, you know, we won't spend the 23,000 for that purpose, for the parking lot. I can put that detail into the sheet and just make it clearer.
Being that it's part of the report itself, would you be willing to make that change? And instead of having an amendment, just give direction that the information, the rationale be changed? And perhaps well, I don't know about the budget figures at the bottom, but...
Just so that I'm clear, so in the budget projecting list here, the dog park would remain at $45,000, but within the project description, it would be broken down further to include roads with the dollar figure attached and the actual dog park. But at the end of the day, the $45,000 would still come out of the Park and Recs reserve for that. If I may ask a question in regards to that, so in other Parks and Recs projects, would the parking lot be considered, would it come out of that reserve regularly, or would it be directed towards a roads reserve, is where it would come from?
Director Valentin.
Through you, Madam Mayor. So there are specific criteria to utilize the Parks Reserve, because it's collected through planning applications. So it's cash in lieu of parkland that's collected and dedicated for park and recreation uses only. So because the road improvement is as a condition of that park, the funding can be utilized for that. If we separate it, then that may not qualify if you move the dog park somewhere else, and that parking would then have to come out of a different funding source, like the roads and other infrastructure.
So it's you, Madam Mayor, and I guess that's where it goes back to my original thought, is to split them up, is that if we decide not to, if that parking lot needs to be done because it has significance to the people that use the ball diamonds and the trail system that's there now, if the dog park goes to a different location, that as it's presented in the budget, well, that funding goes with it to another location. But if that parking lot still needs to be done, without separating it, it's lost. We've lost that identification that that driveway still needs to be done.
Through you, Madam Mayor, not sure if the dog park is there, if that would be the priority then to do that work.
Okay, so if there's no dog park, just so we're clear, if there's no dog park at that location, that driveway parking area would not need to be done? Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Mayor, it might not need to be done currently, no.
Okay, just through you, Madam Mayor, just to open a bit of kettle fish, what are we expecting for numbers at the dog park that it would suddenly require us to attend to the parking lot?
Director Coleman.
Through you, Madam Mayor, just to add to Director Valentin, like, it needs to be done now, but the addition of a dog park makes it even higher, which kind of brings it higher on our list. It's something that I would like to do in the near future regardless, but with bringing a dog park there, it makes it a higher priority for me, so I would like to see it done if the dog park goes there.
Okay, so from a budget, Director Valentin, from a budget perspective as it sits right now, if we separated them, that the parking lot would have to come out of a different reserve, and that would cause complications with the budget as it stands right now, versus if they're lumped together, they both come out of the Parks and Rec.
Through you, Madam Mayor, that's correct.
Do you want to think about your amendment, and we'll just put it aside?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Maybe there's other comments from councillors in the meantime.
Is there any comments on that particular item? Yes.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'm just wondering if if it turns out that through the public process and that ends up being the location, everything, and let's say that it costs $15,000 for fencing instead of 22, we're not saying by having it in the budget, we're not saying we will absolutely spend 45, we're saying we're allocating this amount, but if it comes in under that, we're only going to spend what it actually costs, not, is that a correct understanding of how this works?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor, absolutely. If I can find ways to save money and not spend all the budget, I will do that. I won't look for ways to, use up the entire budget. I will look for the most economical way to do it.
And then that money would stay in our Parks and Recs reserve at that point to then be allocated elsewhere as needed.
That's correct.
Okay, Councillor Brown?
Forgive me, Councilor Guido, I'll be quick. Through you, Madam Mayor. Director Coleman, there's a new dog park in Uxbridge I noticed the other day. Do you know how much that cost, and do you have an idea of comparable dog parks and what they do cost?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor, I do. I've been in contact with the people that built it in Uxbridge, and they spent $30,000 on that park. And it was a combination of fence and signage, and they had to also top dress and seed it because it was in rough shape, the area. I don't have costs for other parks, but I have a large dog myself, and I visited parks in Whitby, and Oshawa, and Ajax, and there's different styles of parks. There's some, like Uxbridge, that's just a big open field for dogs to play in. The one in Oshawa is the one I like going to the best because it's a trail system with trees and a creek, and that's most similar to where I'm proposing for Scugog. So that's a style I personally like better, but Whitby, too, is a big open field, and my dog gets very bored there quickly. So.
Thank you.
Councillor Watt and then Councillor Guido.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was just going to ask Director Coleman, have any other areas come to mind in this, just curious if there are other areas within the urban area that might be available?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor, I did look at a couple other areas. There was a suggestion for a small piece of land on 7A by Carnegie. There's no parking there, so I didn't think that was a good location, and it's quite small. People have brought up the fairgrounds, Port Perry Fairgrounds, which we can investigate further. I think there's been some resistance from the Fair Board, but I haven't talked to them directly about it. I also looked at the field out beside the museum on the island. It's used as a parking lot, so it wouldn't work when there was events happening there. But again, it's a large open field type, and I prefer the trail style dog park.
Frankly, any farmer's field would work for a dog park if you're out in the rural areas, but it's more how to cater to the urban, I think more to cater to the urban residents that have their dogs and don't really have anywhere for them to go. Am I not correct in that? I mean, my dog roams freely on 100 acres, so.
To the Mayor, to the Council, I agree, and if you live in the rural areas, your dog gets lots of exercise and you have open spaces. It's more for the urban areas.
So to that point, though, then, we're better to keep it within the urban areas, as close as possible to that, because there are also a lot of people who would likely just walk their dog to that area to go. Thank you.
It's my understanding that that particular area is a popular spot for people to take their dogs anyway. Councillor Vito?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You are correct, Madam Mayor. It is a very popular place for people to take their dogs, and this was an item that I had identified. I don't own a dog, but almost every door that I knocked on during the campaign was an expressed desire to have a dog park of some sort. Can I just ask Director Coleman regarding the parking lot? It's gravel, and would it be the entire Ball Diamond parking lot that would get done?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the Councillor, that's what I was proposing when I did my rough cost estimate, yes.
Then personally would fully support this location. We heard last year from the Baseball Association, who came to council and pleaded with much-needed improvements that are needed at the Carolyn Best Field. They, in fact, applied, I believe it was to Kraft, for an improvement. They were unsuccessful, unfortunately, but they did a whole video on how they felt they needed significant improvements there, and that was one of the areas where they identified was the fact that the parking lot was a mess for them. And this, to me, would be able to achieve two goals, a dog park and then as well as meeting the needs for our ball community who has expressed. So thank you. I would fully support this one.
Any other speakers to this? Okay, Councillor Ross, have you need a...
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you to my colleagues for their comments. Then, if I could make an amendment to this, to the description, breaking it down further to the cost estimates that you identified between the actual dog park, signage, fencing, waste receptacles, and then separate to that the actual ball diamond, so that it's clear where the cost estimates are. One, for moving ahead so that people can understand where $45,000 is going for a dog park. In that, I think that for a lot of people who don't own dogs, or which is a significant part of the population, is may have difficulty understanding why that price is like that. And then also so that we understand that the actual place is moved, that we are now looking at, a reduced cost. So that, I don't know if that needs to be captured in the actual, as an amendment, or...
Just in speaking with our clerk, I think it can be as direction, just to rework this rationale and break that down a little bit. I don't think it needs an amendment.
Okay.
Okay? We could just do that? Okay, Director Valentin?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. What will happen is once the final budget is approved, any changes or adjustments will be done, and full budget will be posted online with any changes. So if there's direction to update the sheet, the updated sheet will be in the approved budget.
Mr. Cielo.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I would suggest amending the title in that regard also. That might address some of your concerns, Councillor. Dog park and parking lot entrance improvements. So it's clear in the title when someone sees it, and then we'll put details of how the costing relates to the work.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, that's good. All right, we'll move on to any other areas that you'd like to question or amend. Councillor Guido?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On page, I believe it is 15 of our council agenda for the Office of the CAO, I'm wondering if Mr. CAO can speak to the future staffing needs related to growth and what exactly that would pertain to. And then I have a follow-up question on the following page.
Thank you to the Mayor, to you, Councillor. That particular line item really relates to a best practice of apportioning a percentage of growth assessment to future staffing needs. So this would allow if future staffing needs related to growth to be paid for by growth. And it is a best practice used by other municipalities, one that I'm familiar with, municipality I was in. Council, I think I've been speaking about a long-range staffing forecast, which we're bringing forward before the summer break, related to growth. And this will allow us to start building capacity for those growth-related positions that I can tell you will be needed in the community to maintain our service level as we grow. So in this particular case, 35,000 is, council's not making a decision to hire anyone. They're making a decision that we need to build our capacity for that need, which we know is coming. So this 35,000 is embedded in the budget, and 35,000 will go to that next year, and we can build on that with a percentage of the growth as our growth continues.
So just so I'm clear, because I'm not necessarily clear, where is that employee the potential growth, where's the employee for? What
Well-
department is it eventually for?
That report is yet to come to council, which we plan on bringing our long-range staffing forecast to council, as I was saying, before the summer break. But there are numerous areas, but we know for sure there are needs in our park maintenance area to do a better job of maintaining our parks. We know that as the roads we increase our road capacity, there's going to be need in roads. And there are some other areas. So we're not looking at staff in particular for any purpose other than dealing with growth that the township's going to see over the next 10 years.
So this is not a personal assistant dedicated specifically to the CAO?
I guess if you're wondering why this is in the CAO area, I see, absolutely not. As much as I would, that's not a bad idea.
Well, it's too late.
But if I could on that point, actually, to the mayor, since you raised that, because I did see some comments of why the CAO's budget was increased over a previous year. If you note on page 15 actually, because the CAO's office is the corporate office, the future staffing, the need to grow funds for future staffing, and the growth assessment transfer to the major facility reserve are both in my budget, which is driving the increase in the CAO's budget, rather, $57,000 over what it was last year. But those are just direct transfers to reserves.
Okay.
Not going to any support staff.
So
for
no
the CAO.
additional support staff?
No, absolutely not.
Thank you, I just needed
Future
to
needs.
clarify that one. On page 16 then, on the administrative expenditures, we had the approved budget of 38.3, and then the estimated actuals were 23.5, but then the budget request is 46,700. What is the reason, if we didn't use the full budget, what is the reason to request more?
What page was that on?
16.
Page 16.
Oh, Director Valentin. Go ahead.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Just like to speak to the estimated actuals. So we're currently working through year now, and not all of the entries have been put into the actuals. We're still working on that. The actuals won't actually be finalized until June, when the financial statements come forward. There are items that were identified in the budget that perhaps didn't get utilized, or they haven't been entered here, or they're sitting somewhere else right now. So I don't know that that's a fully accurate number at this point. That's why it's estimated.
Perfect. So what flows into that line item, administrative expenditures?
To you, Madam Mayor, so conferences and seminars, training expenditures, meeting, health and safety, memberships and subscriptions, travel and mileage, miscellaneous employee events. Those are the line items that feed into administration.
So again, this isn't specifically for our CAO, this is for the entire corporation.
Correct.
It flows through there. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm sure the CAO thanks you too. Okay, further? Any further? Councillor McDougall?
I'm page 62.
62?
Yeah, it's a budget summary. Sorry, I'm just flipping down to it now. I'm looking at the total roads and sidewalks and total bridges, and when I add the two figures together for the total, and I compare them to the 2018 figures, the the 2019 figures are actually less net than the 2018 figures, and I'm just curious, we're moving forward saying that roads are the priority, so I think it's a question for Director Coleman, but I'm not sure why the net figures are less when we have a 2.4 general % increase plus a 1% on top for roads.
Okay, thank you. I'm glad you brought that up, because I think that does need some explanation, because I think there's some misinformation out there in the public. So I'll ask Director Coleman and Director Valentin to address that.
Thank you.
Please.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. You'll notice that the capital budget each year goes up. Roads is the biggest part of it. I don't have the totals for roads, but for instance, in 2018, the total budget was about 5.1 million. This year it's 4.3, next year 3.4, then it's 6.9, then 3, then up to 6.4. So it fluctuates each year, and there's a number of reasons why that is. If you compare 19 to 18, one big difference is that we had a major project funding provided by the provincial government for Seagrave Bridge for $945,000. And we also had grants for the Victorian Village Swim Pond and Cycle Plan. So we had $850,000 more in project-specific grants received last year, so that's one big reason why there was more spending last year. Also, over the past while, we have been depleting our reserves, and with the reserve fund policy that was brought forward in December, we're contributing each year a little bit more towards the reserve, and we're starting to build our reserves rather than depleting them, and that will give us money in the future for some of these larger projects. So over the next 5 years, we're increasing our reserves by about $2 million when you don't include DC funds. Also, we purposely spend less some years so that we can build up money, so we'll have money for those larger projects. So for instance, we're spending less in DC for the next little while because we know the second access to Island Road is coming up, and we want to have money available to do that. And if you look at the 5-year forecast compared to the 5-year forecast from last year, overall, we're spending $1.5 million more, which is a 7% increase over that time period. So while this year is lower, over the whole forecast, it is going up.
And Director Valentin, would you like to
I'll just add to that. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Looking at last year's budget and forecast, we had only forecasted a capital budget in this year of $3.5 million. We're actually at $4.3. So based on the forecast last year and reality this year, we are actually up. But to build on what Director Coleman said, we did have almost $1 million grant for Seagrave Bridge, which was a big difference for last year.
Okay,
So-
further?
Yes, please. Through the mayor, back to Director Coleman. So, when I look at the operating budget, I see the 124 plus the 1% at 347, which is definitely a net increase on the operating side. So basically on the capital side, we're actually doing more when you take into effect the fact that we're not receiving the $950,000 in grant money. But it doesn't show like that to the reader when you're going through the budget. Is that fair to say?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor, I'm not sure if I can answer how it shows to the reader. If you just look at a single year, it does look like less. But if you look at the whole picture, to me, you can see that there is more over the whole time frame.
Very good, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Further questions or comments, amendments, whatever? Councillor Keisebring.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On page 19, there's a line item for committees where we've more than doubled our committee expenditures, and I'm just wondering, and we did, if I understand the committees, we did reduce the number of committees. I'm just wondering where it's grown to. Why?
Director Valentin?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So it's just a reallocation corporately. If you notice on that particular page, on page 19, that there's a budget neutral transfer, which is part of the it is the increase. So what we've done is the committees were in different departments last year, and we've just aligned them and put them all in corporate services. So we've got an increase here, but an offsetting decrease in development services and public works. So if you look at this summary page as a total, all of the budget neutral transfers corporately net out to zero.
Okay. Councilor Guido.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Director Valentin, a question for you. Perhaps you can direct me, but I believe it's on page 38 of our agenda in regards to the operating budget, specifically for, actually, no, it's not the boat launch that I'm looking for, it's the marina. Where do we reflect the collection of any mooring charges? So we had asked the operator of the marina to charge any overnight boats a mooring charge. Have we collected any revenue on that?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'm not aware, I don't know. The revenue that comes through from the parking and such goes through bylaw. It goes through that way, but I'm not sure anything specific on the mooring.
Okay, all right. Maybe we didn't have any boats stay overnight. There's a possibility on that.
Well, maybe when we do the waterfront and we do our big project,
maybe that's
we
right.
will.
Maybe they will stay. Okay, thank you.
Further. Councilor Ross.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, regards to the library.
Page?
I'm just trying to find it. 1 second, I'm sorry. So it's going to be into the Integrated Library Service Software, which is page 181. I guess it's between the ILS system and the on page 183 is the Makerspace. They both have a price tag of $20,000, I think, allocated to them. One, the ILS system in 2019, and then in the forecasted budget, the Makerspace. Just question, in regards to the Makerspace, that seems like a project that it is fantastic going forward and has so much potential. Is the ILS service software, is there a reason that it's in 2019 and these two aren't swapped? Is it due to licensing and that the current software is going to expire?
Yes. Also, we're switching to an open source software, so the cost going forward will be for the hosting of the software. So we're looking at a substantial, possibly even more than $8,000 a year in savings in our operating budget. So that's why we're choosing to do that right away, because it's going to result in a savings in our operating budget going forward. Also, yes, we are with, currently our data is hosted in the U.S., which is, has been a matter of concern for a little while. So we're also moving to a Canadian host. And, yes, our old software provider, they've been bought out by a new company and will probably be not continuing to support our version of the software for much longer, so we would have to switch anyway.
Okay, thank you. Maybe while we have you on up front here, just a question in regards to the RFID, the self-checkout terminal. I know that's down the forecast till 2022, but just looking ahead and
Page 184.
I'm sorry, 184. The library experience is a very personal experience where it's nice to talk to a librarian, even if it's just in greetings and moving forward. And it's one of those few services that's left that way, where people don't want to just rush through and grab my book and go. Maybe you could talk further to that point, and if we check out books a lot there, and there's seldom a lineup, but there's always someone there who's busy doing other things. What is the impetus behind this to have the self-checkout terminals, knowing that some major large corporations are getting away from them now because consumers have said, no, I want that personal interaction?
Yes, it's not in any way a replacement. It's an addition to service, so we still will always have individuals on the desk checking out books, and many of our customers do prefer that, but we've had requests repeatedly from over the past few years, and more people have been asking us for self-checkouts. They are available at all the other public libraries in the South Durham region, and a lot of our patrons do find them more convenient and would like to have that as an option. So that's something that's in our, all of the things in our capital plan for the library are part of a 3-year technology plan that the library board approved last year. So we're just trying to move forward to getting some of these things done that have been requested by our patrons.
Great. Thank you.
Further? Councillor McDougall.
I, like Councillor Ross, would really like to see the makerspace pulled ahead if possible. I know with my children having participated at the Scugog camps, doing the 3D printing that was available there, and also seeing the makerspace activities that take place in Toronto through, I believe, their library system. I don't know if there's any way to make that happen sooner, but I think it would be a very valuable asset for the community. Sorry, I don't know if that's a possibility through to die, if it's possible to find $20,000. I was hoping to use Smiley money, but apparently that's not possible.
Thank you, Councillor. Through the Mayor. Actually, the makerspace at this point, there's a lot of planning and selection that goes into it. It is in the 2020 budget, so hopefully we will be able to launch it in 2020, but at this point, frankly, even if we had the money, especially with the ILS RFP just going out this week, I'm not really sure I would have the time to get it done before the end of 2019. So I appreciate the enthusiasm, and we'll try and get it done next year.
Anything further? Councillor Ross.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've got 2 left. Just a comment in regards to, maybe Director Coleman, you can speak to this, in regards to the second access design that's on slate for this upcoming year. In the description, it is we're updating the...
page?
I'm sorry, it is page 122.
Thank you.
The EA is due to be updated. The previous EA that was done that is now expired. Will the current EA look at that previous EA as far as design and development is concerned, or will they look at the entire island again and try and perhaps look at other options? The reason behind this questioning is to keep the price tag low. I realize, it's not for another couple of years, but we have our big roads item is in the forecasted budget for second access, and it's been identified through that, we don't have a price tag for how much land acquisition is going to cost, as well as a number of other things as far as engineering of the road due to grade. Will the EA simply adopt the previous EA's design, or will they look at everything else again?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor. So according to the Municipal Engineering Association class environmental assessment process, I guess, I'm not sure expired is the right word. It's still valid, but it requires an update before we proceed. So it's good for 10 years, and the reason is because things change in 10 years. So our starting point will be the environmental assessment that was done in 2007. What we will do is we will look at what has changed since that time. So there's new development on the island we know has happened or is happening. That's probably the biggest change. We'll look at traffic volumes that have changed since 2007, and we'll update the report based on that. And it confirms whether or not the recommendations, the preferred solutions, preferred designs are still valid or not valid. So we're not going to start looking at, 5 other options for where the road would go. We'll just say, based on the changes that has happened since 2007, are these still valid? And do we need to make any changes, tweaks to them, small changes to them? There might be a reason why one of them doesn't work anymore. That's highly unlikely, but we have to review that as part of the process.
Okay, further to that, so this would be page 153, which is the actual implementation of the design. Going ahead to actually building the road. Previously, we had an EA done, the initial steps, and then due to a number of things, one being including, you know, the political will at the time that it didn't happen, we're now at the point where we have to start from square one again, and we don't want that to happen for a number of reasons, that we need the road, but also considering we're in budget talks, money is of the essence here. In the description, there's a large mention of, an important one, of other players coming to the table as far as province, federally, and the other organizations and municipalities that share the island and would use that second access. Going back to the previous question, which is on page 122, will that EA, will that include those social factors, not just I know it's environmental assessment, I think this is probably where the question is that they'll look at the environmental, can we go ahead based on the traffic volumes, based on what's there, but will there be consideration to, if the province and First Nations would be potential players with bringing the checkbook, will we be speaking with them in regards to the design of this and where it goes? I know there's 1,000 different ideas of where the second access should go, and that's a long conversation, but will the EA take into consideration the other players bringing their wishes and wants so that they do contribute to this project?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor. As I said, the EA will be based on the one that was done before. We're not going to reinvent the wheel that way. As part of any detailed design in any EA update process, there's a public consultation that goes along with it. So those agencies will have a chance to contribute to what the design should be, not to start from scratch, though, for the whole thing. The other part you're asking about the funding part of it. So we had a presentation earlier tonight about the DC study, and the DC study we've included 90% of the cost attributed to growth, so attributed to DC charge. The remaining 10% we put in as contributions from others. So we're looking for the province or the First Nations or the casino operator or the region to help contribute to this project, because that portion of the township doesn't happen, and the project won't happen without a contribution.
Okay, thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, just to clarify, then that $3.5 million, that's not just the township fund, but that's also what we're looking at for contributions to help with that $3.5 million?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor, the 3.5 is a total project cost, and 90% of that is planned from DC funding, and the remaining 10% is from outside contributions.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anything further? Councillor McDougall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you. Carol said about reinventing the wheel, so I'd like to bring up spin bikes and the need for spin bikes. Can we talk to that? Because I've heard from some people, $12,000 for spin bikes. Is it a necessary item? I do have to give credit, it was in the projection from last year, so obviously we should have seen it coming.
Page?
Hang on, I gotta click on it here.
169.
Thank you.
169, thank you.
I'm surprised that's coming from you, Councillor McDougall, who's an avid cyclist.
I like spin bikes, and
That's because you got your own bikes, I guess.
I have many. But I would like to hear from Craig as to the need for those spin bikes.
Through the mayor to the councillor, this is a replacement of spin bikes. We currently have a spin bike program right now where the bikes are bought and cheap and they're breaking down. We're looking at the 12,000 because we want to expand. Right now we have about 7 bikes. We want to go up to 10 to 12 bikes, just to enhance the program. The program itself is fairly well received. It's a a low-cost program, so we offer a low-cost service as opposed to, like, there are spin bike classes in the community and some of the gyms that we know of, but this program is more for people, it's an affordable bit of recreation in the community for people who don't want to or can't take out those larger gym memberships. So we're not looking to expand to go into competition with the local businesses in town. We're just offering a service to a select amount of residents. Like, we're hoping to increase the program so we can get maybe 25 people registered in the program, which they'll do some fitness training while on spin bike, and increase it to an hour-long program and offer alternatives there. So it's something we saw as a little bit of a gap a couple of years ago when we were looking at our recreation programs. We always try and offer alternative, affordable recreation in the community, and this is just one more aspect of it. So it's just a replacement of some capital items that are going to break down, and we have a nice little space in the arena now upstairs. We're a little fitness room, so it's well received, and we do have a clientele that comes over and over to us, so we're just enhancing that.
Further?
Through you, Madam Mayor. So when I read the detail sheet, it appears that, does this fill in the need for the Healthy Heart program? Like, we don't have an indoor track in the community, and I know the Healthy Heart program typically will take up in a venue in the wintertime where there's an indoor track. Are these spin bikes filling that need?
The Healthy Heart program in the community, they walk around the arena right now in there, and they have their fitness checks. They have their own bikes. They're not the same style of bikes that we're looking at. Ours are a bit higher-end model than what they have, but this is a need just to fill for economics for people who have a need and aren't going to the gyms and putting out those memberships. So it's not a large program, it's just a continuation of a recreation program, so it offers affordable recreational alternative for people in the community.
Through you, Madam Mayor, thank you very much. I don't have a spin bike at home, and I don't use a trainer in the winter, so I might take you up on that. Thank you.
Councilor Ross?
Could you speak to the spin bikes? Is there, I know right now I just looked into the actual cost that we have. If it's a low-cost item, I know government's role is to provide, a service to the public that's not offered privately. And we have a number of gyms in the town, two of which supply spin classes. One of which supplies spin classes at what could be considered almost a more affordable rate than we do. It's a longer, a 3-month membership versus an 8-week program. With that in mind, if the idea is to provide a cost, I don't want to call it a low income, but a lower cost spin program, would we be looking at adjusting our price for those spin classes? Because now, looking at it, we're almost on par, if not above, some of the spin classes that are available in town.
Through the mayor, the councilor, we always look at what adjustments we need to make to our registration costs. So whether we don't like to get into direct competition with other providers, so our goal is to provide recreation for people who may not need that. So to have that income available, it's like accessible recreation. We have a model to try and provide accessible recreation for all. So in that aspect, if our costs do creep up, then we try and run all our recreation programs on a break-even point for staffing. So this is equipment purchase, obviously, but we try and run that. So if we are getting close to that, we do see ourselves getting in direct competition, then we would reevaluate to make sure we're not competing against providers in the community, and we're looking to provide an alternative source.
So just a follow-up through you, Madam Mayor. What would be the lifespan of the bikes that we have right now? Like, I'm definitely one that likes a new bike, for sure, but what's the lifespan that we're looking at?
These bikes that we have right now, well, they were cheaper models, so they're about 5 years old, so they're breaking down. We've heard from the people in the program that they would like a higher quality one that won't break down, so I would say you're looking at 7 years for these new ones that we would purchase, 7 to 10 years, so if they all go well, because we don't have the turnover like a fitness center would have, of the amount of people going through on them. Like, we're having 25 people as opposed to a gym membership, which may be a couple hundred people going through, so.
Thank you very much.
Councilor Keith Brink, then Councilor Brown.
I'm just looking at our recreation programs and partnerships with our spin classes. It looks like it's a program that is, you know, a regular one, it's year-round, and the $77 cost, is that for a 5-month membership? Because that's quite reasonable, because most spin classes, it's a cost on top of your gym membership, and it's a monthly cost, so you can only get it if you have everything else. So I can see I really see the value in that.
Comment?
Through the mayor, councilor, there's per week, we don't, like gym memberships go yearly, we don't charge a membership per se, we charge a fee for the weeks of the programs. Programs run 8 to 10 weeks, so.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Brown?
Through you, Madam Mayor, Mr. Belfry, how many bikes are we purchasing?
Depending on what kind of deal we can get, we're hoping to get 10 to 12.
And how much per bike?
That I don't have off the top of my head, but it depends on how much, so 12,000, so we're hoping no more than 1,000 each, so.
Okay. Councilor Guido?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a question on page 37 and 39 of our agenda. I'll start at 37, but it ties in there. On page 37, our budgeted amount for tree replacement for the contracted services was $45,000, and thus far we've used $36,000. But then on page 39 of the agenda, it talks to one-time increase in tree maintenance costs for Birdseye Park. What is the one-time tree maintenance cost? And to me, it seems like there was enough money in the budget this year to do whatever maintenance was required, projected for next year, but maybe the two are different items.
Director Coleman?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor. There's a number of ash trees in Birdseye Park that need to be removed and replaced, and that's what the one-time extra cost is for. And the reason that we're underspent in 2018, I'm not sure, first of all, if all the invoices have gone through for that, so there could be some more invoices coming. It depends a little bit on how many calls we get for trees that have come down. That includes a lot of replanting too, that budget, but we intend to spend the entire budget in 2019.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Just on that, I did have a constituent ask about, I guess there's a couple of ash trees in Palmer Park. In this person's estimation, one of them could be saved. Have you looked into that at all? I know we have looked into that in the past, but is there any estimation about whether one can actually be saved? I know it's very expensive, but could you comment on that?
I myself have not looked at the tree to see if it could be saved. I don't know if our arborist now working foreman has looked at it, but I can bring it to his attention and see what he thinks.
I'm sure he'll know which is which. They're close by. Okay, Councilor Keys-Brink?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm just wondering, I'm not sure, perhaps our CO would be a question for you, but we have $99,000 in our budget for animal shelter buyout in Uxbridge, and I'm just wondering, where are we at with this process? And what are the implications for us? Is this all the money that we would need to budget, or is there going to be more funds? Like, just wondering about that.
That's a good question.
Sorry, on the page is 187.
Thank you for the question, through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor. Current plans for our community, together with the Township of Uxbridge, are to proceed with a new animal shelter. Those plans have been underway for some time, granted, last couple of years, and but they are still being worked on. That project currently is being led by the Township of Uxbridge, and then we are participants in that process and are working with them. But it is led by Uxbridge. That is moving forward slowly. It has hit some, that's a very good word I was looking for, thank you, roadblocks, some bumps in the road that Uxbridge is working through, and we are working with them in that regard. So there has been no decision other than the decision to proceed with a new animal shelter at this time, despite the roadblocks. So this $99,000 is the municipality's portion to buy out Uxbridge for their portion of the existing animal shelter. And I would keep that this should stay in the budget until such time as this course of the animal shelter course is finally resolved and there's a go-forward direction.
So, through you, Madam Mayor, so if we buy out Uxbridge, we will retain sole ownership then of the existing facility currently in Scugog, and then would we sell that, or what would happen with that facility?
Yeah, so buying out Uxbridge for the $99,000 would involve the, the opening of another animal shelter. And that's how this works, is that once they move out, and as you know, the Animal Services is administered by Uxbridge also, and we pay 50% of the operating costs. So when they move out of the shelter, then this money's due. That, like I say, that the timing of that is a little bit up in the air at the moment, but things are moving in some direction. So that would be the condition that we would pay this out. And when we do pay it out, yes, then the property and building are ours to do what we wish to do. And there hasn't been a decision yet as what we should do with that building. There's been lots of talk and discussions, but that would all come back to council.
Anything further? Councilor McDougall.
I'd like to pull pub 00020 Marshall Road, Epsom. It's on page... Sorry, I didn't have my mic on. I'd like to pull pub 020. It's the Epsom Project, Marshall Road. Question for Carol Coleman. We currently have allotted $710,000. How far does that go on this road?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor. So we're proposing to do from 250 meters south of Reach Street to 455 meters north of Reach Street, plus 140 meters on Byron Street from Marshall Road westwards. So it's a total of 845 meters.
And through you, Madam Mayor, is this upgrade in asphalt or in, I think it's high flow, is that correct?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor, yes, it's hot asphalt mix, yes.
And what is through you, Madam Mayor, what is the current surface there now?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor, the current surface is a hard surface treatment, or high float, you can also call it.
So, through you, Madam Mayor, this represents an upgrade to the roads there rather than a maintaining the existing status quo. If we were to use the same amount of money and turn it into high flow, how much of Marshall Road could we do with that?
Through you, Madam Mayor, first of all, we recommend changing it to hot mix asphalt because it's in a built-up area where there's a lot of driveways, a lot of churning motions, and that's why this is what we're recommending. But I did look at how much we could do if we just did high float through there, and we could do the section from the same point in the south point, 250 meters south of Reach Street, up to Scugog Line 9, which is a total of just over 3 kilometers.
And through you, Madam Mayor, if we were to do 3 kilometers of hard surfacing, that would reduce our maintenance budget on an additional, about 2.2 kilometers, I believe. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Mayor. It would reduce the maintenance cost for the short term. In the longer term, I think that it would break down more quickly through the Epson piece. So for the next few years, it would be a lot cheaper, but in not too long, it would require a lot of maintenance again through Epson.
Through you, Madam Mayor, is it my understanding it's also possible to put HL2 over top of high flow?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I don't have any experience doing HL2 over high float.
Very good. Would you be amicable to changing this to high flow through that section and doing 3 kilometers instead of doing 800 meters?
To you, Madam Mayor, I would still recommend doing the hot asphalt in Epson, but if council directed me to do the high float for the longer section, then I would take that direction.
May I make an amendment?
You can.
I'd like to make an amendment to Pub 002 on page 67 of our agenda to change the hot asphalt on Marshall Road to be high flow, or however that should be worded.
You get that? Did you wish to comment further on that, Director Coleman? This is your recommendation that it go to hard surface to maintain it for a longer period of time?
I could just repeat what I said, that, you know, in an area that's built up with a lot of turning motions into driveways, we do recommend the hot mix asphalt. I do see the argument for doing a longer stretch, although it's sort of a Band-Aid solution through Epson. It'll improve it for now, but it won't last as long. So it's up to council which way they would like to go.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Ross?
Through you, Madam Mayor, in regards to this, the life of a road, whether it's hard asphalt or high flow, in an area like Epsom, what would you estimate the 2 lifespans be until it needs a replacement? Not before it needs patching, but before it needs a proper replacement.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor, I would say that a high float would probably be a 7 to 10 year replacement, whereas hot mix asphalt would probably get you 15 to 20 years.
And just for the, question, the direction that we're moving with a lot of these road projects is moving to the higher end of asphalt paving as opposed to the high flow. I know in other municipalities they've kept with the high flow. Is it fair to say that due to the number of the kilometers of road that need to be repaired and the movement towards a harder surface on a lot of these roads, could we be biting off more than we can chew as by doing smaller sections of this high-end road as opposed to larger sections of a moderate road?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor, either way, we still have a large deficit in our roads that we're not going to be able to address fully. We have over $100 million deficit in the road work that needs to be done. So it's just a different approach. If you do the hot mix asphalt, we won't have to go back to this one section for, as I was saying, 15 to 20 years, so it's much longer. And that does mean it's a little longer till we get to the other section that also needs to be done. It's 2 different outlooks. You can look at it either way.
Okay, so, sorry, through you, Madam Mayor. So we're looking at 2 point, whatever it is, extra kilometers of road, so almost 3 times the amount of road. Is that correct?
Just working on the map.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'll let you do. So we're looking at a longer piece of road, but the actual lifespan is not quite double. So, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Further on the amendment. Councilor Guido.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. But the budget line item wouldn't be changing regardless of how you treat this road surface. It would still be $710,000. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Mayor. So I did a cost estimate of how much road I could do for the same amount of money. So it would be a different scope of work. So I could do $710,000 just a section through Epson, or for $710 I could go and do a high float up to Scugog Line 9. So it'll be a larger section of road that would be done. but the dollar figure would be approximately the same.
Okay, I was just wondering what the best course of action would be if we're approving a budget number versus the project.
Well, there's maybe a couple of things to consider. One might be how many properties would be affected by adding the additional length of road by doing the high float. I would imagine there's a lot of there are farm properties there, so maybe not as many residents.
Yes, Madam Mayor, there's be another 2 kilometers of road, so I don't know the number of properties that front that.
Of course.
But it would be a significant section of road, and there are very high maintenance costs for that section of road. If you ask anyone in the Port Perry Depot, where they spend most of their time on repairs, or the highest repairs is Marsh Hill Road.
If I may, and Madam Mayor, the clerk can correct me, but would we want to approve the $710,000 expenditure, but then do investigation on what the correct course of action should be for the road treatment, or do we need to approve the direction and the expenditure tonight?
I think we could just, unless Director Valentin, I guess, you just earmark the $710,000?
Well, yes, Madam Mayor, it is better to give staff direction, so you're approving a capital detail sheet by providing staff with the direction, although it could come back at a time of report. But the project manager would need to know what to tender out.
Mr.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just with respect to that question, Council could, of course, keep in mind that Ms. Coleman on her own hasn't made this decision. She's conferred with staff, looked at other criteria, and I think it's clear she's given her recommendation from the engineering perspective, and so Council have 2 options. You've heard her recommendation, and then there's another thought. We would like to get direction tonight.
Okay. Councillor Watton.
If we go along with the high float, how soon does maintenance usually occur, especially if there are large farm vehicles driving down a road? Like, I know you say it's good for 7 years, but we have many roads that are good enough, but not really good enough. So how soon might we expect to start maintenance on it?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the Councillor, obviously there's many factors, but it has to be replaced in 7 to 10 years. So after about 3 years, you're going to start to do some repairs, and each year there's going to be more repairs.
And is that number different if we do asphalt?
That's correct. If we did hot mix asphalt, we would get many more years before significant repairs would be needed.
Thank you.
Further?
Sorry, Director Coleman, when you say several more years, can you put a definition on that?
That, through you, Madam Mayor, to the Councillor, it's probably, before you see big potholes coming up, it's probably at least 10 years till that happens. Again, there's many variable factors. I'm just estimating a number. It's a pretty big number, pretty big guess, but...
Okay. Any other speakers? Councillor McDougall?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Director Cullen. You indicated that there's 2 schools, one that will move towards the high flow, and then one that will move towards the asphalt for much shorter sections. Currently, is it my understanding that the 6th line and both Ashburn Road and the southern section of Marsh Hill are all done in high flow?
That's correct.
So this would just match in with the sections that we've already done?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the difference is that this section is a built-up area where there's housing and a lot denser and a lot more driveway, so that's the difference between those other sections.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the Director. But with regards to the heavy trucks that are using Ashburn Road on the south end, I think this will see less heavy traffic than Ashburn is seeing. Is that fair to say?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor, I don't have that data in front of me, so I can't answer that.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you. Ashburn Road was done 3 years ago. How is it now?
Madam Mayor, Councilor McDougall knows it more than I do because he rides his bike on it, but it's generally good shape, but there is some breakaway starting to happen on the edges.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councilor Ross.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just one last comment in regards to this. I think generally when we look at our roads right now, which is such a priority for many people, and we always speak about roads, but we also say that as much as everybody wants roads, we don't want to just build roads for the sake of people can drive through our community and onto another community, that we have to invest in other spots. And I think that as a community, we need to take responsibility for the maintenance of our road. I know on my road, rural property, we have high float, and I have some serious farm vehicles that use that road, and the farmer is aware that that road underneath him is not, to TransCanada or whatever it is, and he takes extra care so that the turning of his vehicle, and we have other neighbors who have turned on the high float and have created damage to the road, and the community has said to them, hey, this is our roads, we only do this once, we're not getting another road. And I think it's important that when we're talking about the traffic in a community like Epsom or otherwise, that the communities take responsibility for a new road. And it's such a high priority list for so many people that if we can expand the amount of road that we do for the same amount of cost, even though it's not the ideal situation as far as having a more robust road under us, that with the community taking responsibility for it, I support Councillor McDougall's amendment to the budget.
Anything further? Pardon? To the amendment. Okay, so to the amendment, all those in favor? Sorry? Pardon? Oh, I'm sorry, I don't have a seconder. Councillor Ross? Thank you. All those in favor of the amendment?
Madam Mayor, I just want, from staff. Sorry, Madam Mayor, I just want to make sure from our perspective we understand the amendment. Could the amendment be read back? Because this is direction to staff, contrary to the recommendation.
Okay, please.
That project PUB 020 be changed from using a high asphalt mix on 800 meters of road to high float mix to complete approximately 3 kilometers of Marsh Hill Road.
Okay. All those in favor of the amendment?
Sorry.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the Director, I was going to say if she wanted to, if Director Coleman would like to investigate the possibility of adding HL2 on this, but I think we could do that at a later date and keep the amendment the same.
Okay. Question?
For clarification for me, what are you talking about? And will it add to what we are approving in the budget?
Leave the amendment the same. What I'm talking about is there's a possibility to put asphalt over top of the high float. Thank you.
To the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment? Opposed? Okay. That's carried. Anything further? Councillor Keithspring.
Madam Mayor, this is just more a question, and it's probably one that could be asked by any one of the ward councillors, because we all have critical roads in our wards, and I really respect that, and I appreciate that. This is so difficult to assign a budget when we have so much to cover. I did have a constituent write about DeWitt's Road and the fact that it's moved out. I think that and I didn't know this because I wasn't involved before, but apparently it was a budget item in a previous budget, and then it has now been moved out to 2023. And I'm wondering, perhaps Carol, Director Coleman, if you could explain the movement of this particular project and pushing it out. Apparently there's some strenuous safety concerns regarding this road, and people just simply going completely around it because it's become so treacherous.
Director Coleman?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor. A couple of years, I think it was 2 years ago, our capital budget was not a funded budget. So the initial year, like for now, 2019 would have been funded, but the future years, it was a wish list. It was a lot of roads that people knew needed to be done, and they were on there. So last year we brought, was it last year or 2 years ago, we brought forward, so the forecast was funded, so we looked at what we thought the actual revenues were and how much we could afford to do. And a lot of roads got pushed out when that happened because there was a lot more on that wish list than we could actually fund. So now it's a realistic forecast. It's something that we can do. But unfortunately, some of the roads that were in there before have been pushed out. I've been done my best to keep things in that were there before. And that is on my list of roads that I know needs to be done. And when we can, we will bring it back in the forecast.
One other question, Madam Mayor, through you. Because the roads need study, we have $50,000 in this budget to update our 2011 roads need study. If the roads need study results demonstrate that some of our current forecasting actually should be switched around, would there be provision for that recommendations from the updated roads need study to come back to council and potentially for us to reallocate some of these based on that?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor. Yes, when we get the results of that study, we will use it to re-evaluate all the roads for next year's budget and forecast, and some of them may change because of that.
Anything else? Okay, we're going, please.
It's the last one for tonight, but I think it's a bigger one. In regards to Blackstock Arena design.
Page.
1 second.
$180? Thank you.
As we spoke about previously in the previous meeting, we have the two main projects that have been identified as major projects for the township, being the pool and the Blackstock Arena. In previous council communications through the master plan, they've identified that both the pool and the arena's design should go ahead. The same wording has been used for both. My understanding is that in the master plan, it was identified that the arena should take precedent over that, and that was council's direction. I think because we have a new council here, and this is a major project that we need to either put our support behind that major project that they have identified as going forward, or to identify something else going forward, especially when it's in a line item on a budget that we're approving now, and that the pool design is not on this budget, understanding that it's 1 year beyond this, but it's not, doesn't show up here. So I put it to council now that perhaps we should make our voice known now about where we're going, or if we don't feel it's the appropriate time with everything else going on, I would suggest, I would make an amendment to remove the Blackstock planning off the budget at this point, knowing that those funds are reallocated back to the reserve, so that at a later date when we do have a discussion about the arena or the pool, that those funds can then be moved out of the reserve. I put it to council for feedback, knowing that if we're not, I feel with myself, which is been very clear tonight, that I share a different view than previous council did as far as the importance of a pool in a community, and what it brings to a community, given that we already have an arena. I don't want to get into the points now if we've decided that we should table this for another night when we actually want to spend some time discussing it.
In all fairness, I think we have to, it would be in everyone's best interest if we pass the budget tonight, because of tenders and so on and so forth, and just so that we can move on with our work plans and,
No, absolutely, Madam Mayor. That's why I suggest that if the conversation doesn't want to happen tonight, because I'm not comfortable taking on what, I understand continuity between councils is important, and that we continue to move on with projects, but this project, from the data and from the presentations I've presented, I don't feel that we're quite there yet. And that's secondary to my own personal feelings about it, and the people that I've talked to, and the people that have lobbied for a pool and rec center to go forward. So my suggestion, knowing the importance of the budget being passed, is that if we're unwilling to speak to it now, that I would make an amendment that line item be removed from the budget.
okay, to that amendment. Questions, comments? Pardon? Oh, seconder, sorry. Seconder for the amendment. You're going to second it? Get it on the board? Get it on the floor? Okay. Seconded by Councillor Watton. Now, you had a comment, Councillor Watton?
Well, first off, I respectfully disagree with my colleague. However, I do appreciate that both projects are very important. I struggle with, if we do take it out, the lack of continuity from previous council, because that just, I haven't been presented a good enough reason. My understanding of the project is if we don't go ahead with a preliminary design to even determine costs, that this project could be sitting on the table for another 4 or 5 years. Secondly, we do have 2 ice pads, but currently we are using 3. And if we don't start addressing the fact that the other one is going to have to be decommissioned, then we will only have 2, because we won't be able to, necessarily afford the other one if we don't start planning for this. To me, in the report from the master plan, the council of the day asked for an analysis of the pool, and perhaps you're not happy with that, or maybe, I shouldn't say not happy with it, but maybe it doesn't answer all the questions you think it needs to. But it is very clear in that report that, our population isn't high enough really to warrant it. And the cost, and granted, we already subsidize all these facilities anyway, but an estimated maintenance cost, annual maintenance cost for a pool is $400,000 annually. That's 4% of our tax dollar. And unless we have a population base to help increase that, I don't know how we would be able to maintain it. And that's my 2 cents. And, of course, I am an advocate for the arena. I won't deny that.
Councillor Brown.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Well, I guess I should say something. Put my mic on here. I'm going to reiterate what I said earlier, because I think it's important, and I also think it's important to take the direction from the staff. I mean, that's why they're paid to do this sort of thing. And respectfully, Councillor Ross, I understand your point of view. There are 15 indoor pools in the area within 45 minutes. I don't know how many within 15 or 20, but there's got to be 3 or 4. The pool, as Councillor Watton mentioned, the pool estimated to operate at a deficit of between $350,000 to $500,000 per year. And that's for a pool that we're looking at. That's 25 meters, 6 lanes. The indoor pool costs more than the arena does. And even if you move the arena, the pad, from Blackstock to the SCRC, it's still cheaper than an indoor pool. So if you want to twin with the YMCA, I think it would be great if we investigated that. That's certainly something we can do in the future. It's being done all across Ontario, and it's very appealing. If you want to look at Uxbridge and see if there's a way that you can work something out with them, that's great too. But I think And I'm trying to leave personal preferences behind, although I am more of a hockey guy than a swim guy. But I covered both. I just think that it's prudent at this particular time that we take the advice of Mr. Belfry and the staff, and we go with the new pad in Blackstock, and do not dither.
Further? Ready for, Councillor Keisering?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think, as a Ward 4 representative, it would behoove me to speak on behalf of constituents. We do have a fair board who are patiently waiting because there are many things that they need to address that they have to wait on us for. Mr. Belfry has indicated that with the Freon, he's stockpiling it because it's going away. I don't know that whether we want to or not, we don't have time. We need to address, we need to bring this back to the public, and we need to start to talk to the public about what's possible, and we need to move this forward. I would be of the mind to proceed and take this to the public.
Thank you. Councillor, I'll let you wrap up. Councillor McDougall?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I share Angus's concerns for the dollars. $150,000 for preliminary design is 1.2% of our budget. I appreciate the urgency to look at this and to move this forward. I also recognize that from our earlier discussion that it's $16 million to put an arena in Blackstock versus approximately $9 million in Scugog. I also recognize fully that Blackstock deserves a recreational hub, and I am conflicted because it will cost an additional $7 million to put the arena in Blackstock. Those are all parts of my considerations, but certainly recognizing that Caesarea, Nestleton, View Lake, Cadmus, areas beyond, just south of us and to the east, that facility would be well used regardless what's in it. That's all I want to say, but yeah, it's a tough decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Ross, want to wrap up?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I think there's a number of moving facets in the decision, and this is exactly, I think it's important that we have the conversation. So we're not talking about the elephant in the room, but it's important that the council gets behind one project and we don't leave it in the air. So I thank you for engaging in the conversation here. I think when it comes to dollar figures, when you're looking at the pool, a pool facility versus an arena, is that if you look at the dollar figure alone, it doesn't come into, you don't bring into context the worth it has for a community as far as a social interaction, a health perspective. Pools arenas attract a certain demographic, certain age group, and majority of arena users are in a certain demographic, in a certain age group. A pool is for all ages. We have a demographic in our township that is we have one of the oldest populations in Ontario, and that's not the population that skates, that plays hockey. That's, a pool would do that population worth beyond words can describe for their health, for their longevity, and for their social interaction. I think the other thing to note is that we're talking about a major investment on a facility that's used 8 months a year. A pool is used 363 days a year if you're closing it for Christmas and New Year's. That's significant. You can't. We don't take that into factor when we're talking about the cost of it and the maintenance cost. And both these facilities are run as a service to the community. They're not money makers. I think that as many communities have, 25-meter pool, you have a couple change rooms, you have a lobby, and you have a 25-meter pool. That's what Uxbridge has. That's when all the other neighboring pools around us, you have to drive to the Pan Am Center in Scarborough, which is a world-class facility. I'm not suggesting we have that in our backyard. But I think so far, our scope has been very narrow when we look at pools, and we're looking at a 25-meter pool that everybody else has. So it takes me 15 minutes to drive to Uxpool, which is the closest pool we have. After that, you have to head into Oshawa, and you have varying pools at that point. So we're saying that we have 3 pads right now, and we're moving to 2 unless, we move ahead with something. That is the fact. But that need is serviced in this community. And there, we have to look, and I'm removing at this point, the community aspect of being, whether it's in Blackstock or it's at the rec center. That need is fulfilled in this community right now, and even though it would be reduced, hockey enrollment in this country is on the decline and has been. That's something that we need to look at when we're investing in a new arena. That's another fact that plays a part of it. The pool, I understand that we're saying it doesn't exist and you have to travel to it. But that's one of the problems, is that we're comparing apples and oranges here when we're discussing them. So it's very clear what council's move is towards here. I feel that I need to state my case here. I am a hockey player and I'm a swimmer. I really have a high priority in community engagement and community pride. I think that's the one thing that we have going for us in this township, and to see Blackstock lose something like that would be a huge hit for us. But the positives that come from a pool, something different in a community, and going back to the 25-meter pool, we haven't explored beyond that for a 50-meter pool, and the revenue that brings, and the scope that, when we're talking about that we don't have the threshold of population to deal with a 25-meter pool, with a 50-meter pool in the area, there is a certain je ne sais quoi about it that expands where people are going to come from, and that would expand over the 30,000 threshold. So in saying that, I'd still put my support, as do many, 72% of respondents, to having a pool in our community, and I think without a pool, we're doing our constituents a disservice, given that we have 2 pads and we have options that, although they lay outside of our border, they still fulfill a portion of that 3 pads. And to say that it's a need, I think it's a want, and it's an economic driver also that we have 2 pads versus 3 pads. In saying that, I continue on with my amendment, but we'll put a vote towards it.
I would just like to say one thing, and I realize you've already wrapped up, but we've got possibility of a few hotels. There's 2 on the island, 7 Mile Island and the casino, and then another hotel that's in the offing too. I think that there's a possibility of community use that would take us to the time when we can have our own pool, but I think that there is that opportunity as well to consider. So that's all I'll say on it. The only other thing that I would say is, that was my number 1 wish when the public consultation was out there for the Parks and Recreation Master Plan. And but I recognize that it's a want, it's a lovely want, but the other is a need. So I will just leave it at that. To the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment? Do you have another question? Yes.
Can we read the amendment back, please?
Could you read the amendment, please?
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor, that the Blackstock Arena design in the amount of $150,000 be removed from the capital budget.
To the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment? Opposed? Thank you. Sorry, Councilor Frost. Are there any other questions, comments, or amendments for the budget? Okay. All those in favor of the amended, there is one amendment, isn't there? Yeah. The amended budget recommendation. You want me to read it out? I suppose I should for the benefit of... Okay. So that the report be received and the operating budget in the amount of $12,914,700 be approved. The amount of $12,740,700 be set as the tax levy for 2019. That the transfer of $577,200 allocated in the operating budget for the roads and other infrastructure be approved. that the transfer of $61,400 allocated in the operating budget for vehicles and equipment be approved, that the transfer of $21,800 allocated in the operating budget for the major facilities reserve be approved, that the funds previously identified for the OMPF reduction be allocated as follows: A, roads and other infrastructure reserve, $50,000, B, vehicle and equipment reserve, $38,700, and C, building and facility reserve, $38,700. And the last one is that project PUV-OTO be changed from using a hot asphalt mix on 800 meters of Marsh Hill Road to a high float mix to complete approximately 3 kilometers of Marsh Hill Road. And that the 2019 capital budget in the amount of $4,300,000 be approved as amended and as detailed substantially in the form in attachment 2 of this report. Questions or comments? All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. So I want to say thank you to the council for your excellent questions and your input tonight. And I especially want to thank Director Valentin and all the senior staff and all staff for all the hard work that has gone into developing this budget. Thank you so much. I think we've got an excellent budget to move forward in 2019 and beyond. Thank you very much. Motion to confirm the proceedings of tonight's meeting. Councillor McDougall, Councillor Kiesebrink, all those in favor. Motion to adjourn, Councillor Guido, Councillor Kiesebrink, all those in favor. That's carried. Thank you very much, and good night.